Alright, so picture this. I'm Jolie, and I'm standing in a massive plaza at 6 in the morning with like 10,000 other sweaty teenagers. All of us wearing school uniforms and freaking out, because today's the day we get our Lord hearts. Some kids are literally praying to every god they can think of. One dude looks like he didn't sleep at all. Honestly, same energy. See, here's the thing about my life. I'm a reincarnator. Plot twist. In my last life, I was just some regular IT guy, coding away at midnight, and then BM, lights out, hello new world. I woke up as a baby. A baby. My brain was too mushy to even remember my past life, so I just drooled and cried like every other newborn. Real dignified start to my ice sky adventure. This world? It's absolutely insane. Everyone, and I mean everyone, gets to become a lord. You get a special heart thing. Dive into something called the Chaos Sea, build your own territory, level up, and eventually become a god or immortal. It's like a massive multiplayer game, except dying is very, very real. My parents were lords too, doing pretty well actually. Life was good. Then when I was 6, they went into the Chaos Sea and just never came back. The government searched for months, then basically said, yeah, they're dead, sorry kid. So I became an orphan. Fun times. But, and this is the kicker, the trauma hit so hard it actually unlocked my past life memories. There's this old saying, sacrifice your parents to the heavens, gain unlimited power. I mean, I didn't get unlimited power, but I did get memories of being a boring adult, so thanks, I guess. Now, every reincarnation story gives you a cheat code, right? A golden finger? A system? A mysterious old grandpa living in a ring? I waited 10 years. 10. Nothing. No ding. No pop-up. No, congratulations chosen one. I'm just a regular dude. Again, in 2 lifetimes. The universe really said, you get nothing, twice. So I did what any desperate man would do. I grinded. 5 a.m. wake-ups, 10-kilometer runs, 2 hours of meditation, studying everything I could. And after all that effort, middle-of-the-pack grades, average fitness scores. My spiritual power is slightly above average because, hey, 2 lifetimes of soul experience has to count for something. But compared to actual geniuses, I'm a bicycle next to a Ferrari. Our teacher's giving us a pep talk right now, saying stuff like, even if your Lord heart is trash quality, don't give up. Some guy from the Zhou Ming dynasty started with the worst possible rank and still built a whole martial god kingdom. And sure, teacher, that's very inspirational. Except that guy carved his path through literal mountains of corpses and almost died about 10,000 times. I've lived 2 lives already. I know motivational speeches are just fancy lies adults tell you so you don't cry. But inside, I'm begging. Dear ancestors of humanity, please, please give me something decent. I'm not asking for legendary tier. Just, not garbage. Please, the rules here are pretty strict too. You can only awaken at 16 because that's when your soul gets strong enough. Some rich kids with immortal parents have monster souls from birth and awaken early like it's nothing. Must be nice. Also, you can't have any energy cultivation before awakening or it messes everything up and you end up as some lesser class instead of a lord. Nobody wants that. That's like showing up to a supercar dealership and leaving with a bicycle. Oh, in this world, the history textbooks are wild. The Jade Emperor rules from the 36th heaven. Laozi sits in his own cosmic penthouse. Buddha can fit entire universes in his palm. God has 9 layers of heaven with angels doing laps around him. And the planet itself is like 1,000,000 times bigger than Earth. There are thousands of worlds, big ones, medium ones, small ones, special pocket dimensions. Geography class is a nightmare. So here I am. No cheat code. No system. No divine bloodline. Just a recycled IT worker's soul stuffed into a teenager's body, standing in a plaza, praying to gods I've read about in textbooks, hoping the universe throws me one bone. Let's do this. So let me explain how this Lord Heart thing works, because it's basically the universe's way of telling you exactly how much it loves you. Or doesn't. Spoiler, it doesn't love me. The Lord Heart is everything. It's your starter pack, your foundation, your whole future wrapped up in one glowing ball inside your brain. Better heart means bigger territory, cooler buildings, maybe even some rare bonus structures right out of the gate. Worse heart means, well, good luck, buddy. And the hearts come in colors, like the world's most unfair loot system. Gray. So bad it basically doesn't exist anymore. You'd have to be cosmically cursed. White. Congratulations, you're average. Most people get this. It's the participation trophy of Lord Hearts. Green. Decent. 1 in 100 people get this. Blue. Rare. Now we're talking. Purple. If you don't die stupidly, you're almost guaranteed to become immortal. Orange. Epic tier. Basically a VIP ticket to godhood. Gold. Legendary. 1 in 10 billion. You're basically born a god, just gotta not trip on the way there. Each tier is 100 times rarer than the last. Across all of humanity, we're talking dozens of star systems, trillions upon trillions of people. Fewer than 100 gold hearts pop up per year. Total. So yeah, no pressure. The ceremony started. 3 ancient bells shook the entire plaza, and the grand priest walked out looking like Gandalf's cooler older brother. White robes, staff, the whole deal. He gave us the classic speech. Today you receive humanity's blessing. Success or failure is fate. But our human flame never dies. No regrets even in death. Very metal. Very terrifying. Thanks, old man. Then the light array fired up and kids started stepping onto the altar one by one. Wang Hao, white, medium. Li Wan, green, low. Zhang Tao, white, high. Every green got cheers. Every white got polite silence or quiet sighs. It was like watching a lottery where 99% of people lose, and the 1% who would only win a slightly better version of losing. Then it was my turn. I stepped onto the altar. Light exploded around me. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. My body, my soul, everything was changing, transforming, ascending into something beyond what I was. It was mystical. It was transcendent. It felt like it lasted a century. It lasted about 4 seconds. The light faded. And there it was, floating in my mind. A white blob. A white blob. Not green. Not blue. Not even white high grade. Just white. Medium. The most medium of mediums. The vanilla ice cream of Lord Hearts. The plain rice of destiny. The universe looked at my 2 lifetimes of existence and said, "Here's your participation award. Now get out of my face." My expression must have been absolutely tragic because the teacher by the altar immediately went into comfort mode. Don't be sad. The Chaos Sea has endless possibilities. Maybe you'll get lucky and stumble onto some immortal treasure the moment you arrive. Maybe every single trip will go perfectly. If you work hard, you can still become a god. Maybe, doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, teach. But honestly, after a moment of wanting to scream into the void, I calmed down. I've been a human being twice now. Making a scene wasn't going to magically upgrade my white blob to gold. And compared to my last life where I was just a code monkey who died at his desk, at least this time I get superpowers. Crappy, entry-level, bottom-tier superpowers, but still superpowers. So I bowed to the teacher, said, "Thank you, I understand," and then announced my result loud and clear. Lord Jolie. White. Medium grade. No drama. No tears. Walked off that altar like a man with dignity. A man with a participation trophy, but a man with dignity. Now here's something interesting I should mention. The reason everyone self-reports their heart quality is actually because of some dark history. Back in the old days, the heart's glow was visible to everyone during awakening. Which sounds fine until you learn that powerful families would literally hunt talented commoners, rip out their Lord Hearts, and transplant them into their own kids. Like organ harvesting, but for destiny. Cool. Totally normal society. And it gets worse. Alien races had spies everywhere, even on our home planet, and they launched assassination campaigns targeting anyone with gold, orange, or even purple hearts. Tons of genius students got murdered right after awakening. So the big shots of humanity rewrote the awakening rules. Now the heart appears only inside your own head. Nobody else can see it. The altar is surrounded by defensive arrays, military police, VIP guards, and the altar's own protectors. So now it's the honor system. You step off and tell everyone whatever you want. Some people brag and report higher than reality for attention and resources. Risky if you can't back it up later. Some people hide their real grade, report white, and quietly build power until they're unstoppable. And some idiots get overconfident either way, rush into the chaos, see like they're invincible, and get very, very dead. Me? I reported exactly what I got. White medium. No lies, no tricks. Just pure, honest mediocrity. After the ceremony, I went straight home. No goodbyes, no group hugs. No, let's go celebrate our mediocrity together, because here's the thing. I have zero friends. In my past life, I was a quiet coder, and in this life I'm a quiet future lord. My seatmate. We nod at each other. That's the entire relationship. We're basically two strangers who happen to sit next to each other and breathe the same air. Nobody made fun of me either, which sounds nice until you realize it's because literally nobody cares about me enough to bother. Invisible Jolie strikes again. Anyway, once you awaken, you get 3 days to prepare before you're automatically yeeted into the chaos, see whether you're ready or not. If you got a fancy heart, you'd be running to the bank for loans, buying rare treasures, loading up like you're going to war. Me? White medium grade. My inventory space is 6 slots, each 1 cubic meter. That's it. The starter pack they give us tomorrow at school already maxes that out. So my preparation consists of going home and sitting down. Big day. Let me break down what's in my Lord heart. There are 3 main tabs: Lord, Territory, and Descend. The Descend skill is basically a teleport button. It drops you randomly into broken-down pocket dimensions at first, and as you get stronger, you graduate to real worlds, small worlds, medium worlds, eventually big ones. But right now, it's locked to one thing, the beginner trial. Within 3 days, I have to use it to enter a special test dimension and survive for 30 days. If I last the full month, the world itself gives me a reward, apparently something really valuable and perfectly suited for lords. A lot of average lords got their big break from this reward alone. If I quit early, no punishment, but no reward either. So quitting is for cowards, and I'm already too mediocre to afford being a coward too. Now, the Territory tab. I opened it knowing exactly what I'd see, because every white-grade lord gets the exact same sad little starter kit. But I opened it anyway because hope is a disease I can't cure. My territory is a circle, 20 meters radius, about 1,256 square meters. In the dead center sits my lord's mansion, and I'm using the word mansion very generously because it's a 2 by 2 meter straw hut. Straw. A strong breeze could take my roof to another dimension. My house is one sneeze away from becoming an open-air concept. Around the territory is a fence. I put that in quotes because it's literally some twigs tied together with vines. A determined rabbit could knock it over. It's not defense, it's decoration. Bad decoration. The only thing worth anything is the altar. It lets me summon residents, soldiers, and heroes using special resources. That's my lifeline. Everything else, zeros across the board. No residents. No troops, no heroes, no crystals, no special traits. Just a blank canvas of nothingness. I was about to close the whole panel and go cry into my pillow when I opened the Lord tab to check my personal stats. Race, Yinhuang human level, 1 constitution, 1.1, normal for a 16-year-old is 1.0, spirit, 2.0, normal is 1.0, items, none talent. Heaven rewards diligence. Expand to view. I stopped breathing. Talent? I have a talent. Talents are insanely rare. Most lords never awaken one their entire lives, even after becoming immortals. Every single talent in existence is powerful. There are no weak talents. And here I am, Mr. White medium nothing special, sitting in my house with a talent on my status screen. My heart was doing drum solos in my chest. This had to be it. The golden finger. The cheat code. 10 years late, but finally here. There's no way someone as painfully average as me, average body, average grades, average Lord Heart, would randomly awaken a talent unless the universe owed me something. I clicked expand with trembling fingers. Heaven rewards diligence, quality, unknown, a gift from Mother Earth. May you keep working hard and live well in this other world. Effect. You reap what you sow. Your territory's residents, soldiers, heroes, and other units can level up through training and killing enemies, and can even break through their limits. They can learn skills on their own through practice, and continuously improve those skills. I read it 3 times. Then I read the description again. A gift from Mother Earth. My neck retracted into my shoulders like a startled turtle. My transmigrator identity is right there on my status panel. It literally says, from Earth. If anyone could see my screen, I'd be dragged to some immortal's laboratory, sliced open, and have my soul dissected frame by frame while gods binge-watched my previous life like it's a Netflix series. I immediately went into full panic mode. Did anyone see anything weird during my awakening? Did I make a strange face? Did some all-powerful god happen to peek at my panel? The ceremony had tons of high-level beings watching. What if one of them has X-ray vision for status screens? After hyperventilating for a solid minute, I calmed down. The altar's protection arrays were designed specifically to hide this stuff. The rules were set by humanity's top dogs. My personal panel is invisible to others. Probably. Hopefully. Please. I immediately hid every single detail about my talent. Locked it down. Buried it. Made a mental note to find some high-level concealment items as soon as possible and wrap my entire identity in 17 layers of nothing to see here. Then I sat back and thought about what this talent actually does. In this world, summon units normally have fixed levels. A level 5 soldier is always level 5. They don't grow. They don't learn. They just are. But MY units? They can train. They can fight and get stronger. They can learn new skills by themselves. They can even break through their limits. That's not just good. That's absolutely broken. I looked at the description one more time. A gift from Mother Earth. You know what, Earth Mom? I complained about you for 10 years. I said you forgot about me. I said you gave me nothing. I take it all back. You beautiful, spinning, blue-green goddess of a planet. You were just fashionably late with the cheat code. No more lying flat. No more, woe is me, I'm average. Mother Earth handed me a rocket engine, and if I can't strap it on and fly, then I truly am the biggest waste of 2 lifetimes in the history of the multiverse. Let's go. Okay, let me explain why my talent is basically the most broken cheat code in the history of this entire world. Buckle up, because this gets ridiculous. So in this world, everything, and I mean everything, runs on one resource, origin crystals. Want to level up your soldiers? Origin crystals. Upgrade your buildings? Origin crystals. Level up your heroes? Origin crystals. Level up your territory? Believe it or not, also origin crystals. It's like money in my old world except worse, because you literally cannot function without it. Now here's the nightmare math that every lord has to deal with. You need soldiers to fight. Fighting means some soldiers die. Dead soldiers need to be replaced. New soldiers need to be leveled up. Leveling up costs origin crystals. But to get origin crystals, you need to descend into the chaos sea and fight. Fighting means more soldiers die, which means more replacements, which means more crystals needed, which means more fighting, which means more dying. It's a hamster wheel of death and bankruptcy. High-level lords have millions of soldiers. Each one needs crystals to level up. The higher the soldier's quality and level, the more crystals they eat. Sometimes a single descent into the chaos sea doesn't earn enough crystals to level up your entire army by even 1 level. 1. And you've got buildings to upgrade, defense towers to repair after every siege, heroes that cost even more crystals per level than regular troops. Some lords get hit hard in battle, lose most of their army, and then just can't recover. No crystals, no soldiers. No soldiers, no fighting. No fighting, no crystals. Game over. They're done. Forever stuck at the bottom, just existing. And you can't borrow crystals from other lords either. Every crystal is soul-bound to whoever earned it. Nobody can steal yours, which is great, but nobody can give you theirs either. The big shots in humanity actually set this rule up on purpose. Without it, the powerful families would just farm regular people like livestock and take everything they earn, which apparently they tried to do before the rules existed. Lovely species we are. Now, any item that can save you even a little bit of origin crystals, that's basically a nuclear weapon in terms of value. There are treasures that give your troops a fixed amount of bonus XP or reduce crystal costs by some percentage, and every single one of these items is treated like a holy relic. Lords almost never sell them. They only trade them for other crystal-saving items. When one appears on the market, it causes absolute chaos, bidding wars, scheming, backstabbing, the whole circus. And most of these treasures come with restrictions. Only works on beast-type soldiers. Only works on cultivation-type units. Only works on male units. Some lords get one of these limited treasures and literally rebuild their entire strategy around it, changing their whole development path just to match the restrictions. That's how desperate people are. Now, my talent. Heaven rewards diligence, lets my soldiers and heroes level up through training and combat. For free. 0 crystals. Not. Reduced cost. Not. 10% discount. Not. Only works on left-handed fairy soldiers on Tuesdays. 0. Cost. 4. Everything. Do you understand what this means? Every single origin crystal I earn can go straight into upgrading my territory and buildings. While other lords are splitting their crystals between troops and buildings and territory levels and repairs, I'm dumping 100% into territory growth. My leveling speed will be insane compared to everyone else. It's like everyone else is paying full price for everything while I got a lifetime coupon for all soldier upgrades free forever. I'm playing the same game with a permanent cheat activated. And there's more. The description mentioned breaking through limits. Now, normally there's a hard rule. Your soldiers can't exceed your territory's level cap. That's the law of the Chaos Sea itself. But my talent says they can break limits. Does that mean my troops can go above the level cap? Can my level 5 territory have level 10 soldiers? I honestly don't know yet, and I'm almost scared to find out because if that's true, it's not just broken, it's game-shattering. Then there's the skill learning part. My units can teach themselves new skills through practice and keep improving those skills endlessly. In normal circumstances, skills are what let weaker units punch above their weight. A soldier with killer skills can challenge enemies way above their level. And at higher stages, troops actually need advanced skill mastery just to level up further. So let me paint the full picture. My soldiers train for free, level up for free, learn skills on their own, improve those skills infinitely, and can potentially break level caps. Even if I only have the most basic, bottom-tier, white-grade garbage soldiers. With enough training, they could potentially fight against golden legendary grade units. I'm sitting here in my little house, staring at my status screen, and I'm starting to realize something terrifying. My Lord Heart is the worst possible grade. My starter territory is a straw hut inside a circle of twigs. On paper, I look like the most pathetic lord in the history of lords. But underneath all that mediocrity, I'm carrying a talent that would make immortal gods fight wars over it. Every crystal-saving treasure in existence is just a cheap knockoff of what I got for free. It's like showing up to a car race in a rusted minivan, but under the hood there's a rocket engine from NASA that nobody can see. I just need to not die long enough to turn it on. Next morning, I dragged myself to school like a good little lord in training. Walked into class 1 of senior year 3, said, "Good morning, teacher," got a nod and a, "Sit down, wait for everyone." So I sat down and took in the scenery. What a zoo. The kids with good lord hearts were walking around like royalty, chins up, practically glowing with self-importance. The kids with bad hearts were split into 3 camps. The I control my own destiny, rebels shaking their fists at fate, the bootlickers already sucking up to the strong kids hoping for scraps, and the alliance builders trying to form little trade pacts like mini politicians. Meanwhile me, white medium grade, class loner, sitting alone in my corner like a potted plant nobody waters. Not a single person came to say hi. Classic. Then the homeroom teacher stood up, said, "Quiet," and the whole room went dead silent. This guy is our martial arts instructor, by the way. You don't mess around when the guy who teaches you combat tells you to shut up. Since everyone's here, take your rewards. He waved his hand, and whoosh, dozens of glowing streaks shot across the room and landed in front of each student. The light faded, and there it was. Our government-issued starter pack. 1 residential building model. 1 arrow tower model. 100 energy crystals. And 5 random soldier summoning souls. That's it. That's what the nation gives you. The most basic, no frills, please don't die immediately survival kit. Let me break it down. The residential building is literally just a house. You place the model and poof, you've got a home for your troops. Sounds boring, right? Wrong. If your soldiers don't have a place to sleep, their loyalty drops. When loyalty hits 0, they desert. They just walk away. Bye, boss. I'm joining the monsters now. Some unlucky lords during past trials went days without finding housing blueprints. Watched their soldiers' loyalty slowly drain, and then, right when things were getting good, their entire army pieced out. Trial failed. Dreams crushed. All because they didn't have a spare bedroom. The arrow tower is a wooden tower that shoots arrows automatically. It runs on energy crystals and attacks enemies on its own. The damage is trash, But in the early game, when you've got like 3 soldiers and a straw hut, having a turret that shoots things for you is the difference between surviving and becoming monster food. The government apparently spent years of trial and error to figure out this exact combo is the best starter kit for average lords. Thousands of students probably died in horrible ways before some committee went, okay, house plus turret plus crystals. Let's just give them that. The energy crystals power things, and the summoning souls let me summon soldiers at my altar. Mine are random though, so it's pure gambling. I could get decent human soldiers, or I could get skeleton troops, goblins, gremlins, big-eared weirdos, literally any common tier species. At least they're specifically soldier souls, not fully random ones. If they were completely random, I might summon a beggar, or a farmer, or a chef. Imagine descending into a hellscape of monsters, and my entire army is one guy who makes really good soup. Cool, we'll feed the enemy to death. The good races like elves, dwarves, or orcs. Impossible to get from random common souls. Their weakest units are already elite grade. That's premium content I can't afford. Now, the trial rules. This is where things get interesting. The newbie trial lasts 30 days. The rewards are amazing. Rare troop buildings, legendary heroes, items that upgrade your entire territory quality, even mystical weapons. Every year, some nobody lord gets a godly reward and goes from 0 to hero overnight. It's basically the universe's way of saying, one last chance, kid. Impress me. But the restrictions are brutal. You can only bring in a limited number of items based on your lord heart grade. White gets 2 items. Green gets 3. Blue gets 4. All the way up to gold getting 7. And the items can't exceed your heart's quality tier. My white heart means I can only bring white grade stuff. No sneaking in legendary gear from daddy's vault. Here's the really clever part. The trial adjusts its difficulty based on what you bring. More stuff and better stuff means harder enemies. So a gold heart lord rolling in with 7 legendary items isn't getting an easy ride. They're fighting proportionally harder monsters. The system scales. This means a white heart lord with basic gear can pass the trial. The monsters will be weaker too. With decent luck and smart play, even someone like me has a real shot. And the flip side, some cocky gold heart lords have loaded up with maximum gear, gotten an ultra-hard trial, and gotten absolutely destroyed. People tried to cheat the system, naturally. Smuggle in extra items, abuse loopholes, all that. The chaos sees response. Oh, you brought extra stuff? Here's a trial so hard that nothing survives. Not a single cheater has ever passed. Some didn't even make it out alive. After enough rich family heirs died trying to game the system, everyone collectively agreed. Yeah, let's just play fair. So for me, the math is simple. 2 item slots. I'm taking the house and the arrow tower. Plus my 100 crystals and 5 random soldier souls. That's the standard combo that the entire nation recommends for white grade lords. Arrow tower holds the base. Soldiers go exploring and fighting. Use what they find to get stronger. Snowball from there. Simple plan. Clean plan. Please don't let my random soldiers be 5 goblins. Plan. Let's roll the dice. After everyone pocketed their starter kits, the homeroom teacher gave us the speech. You know the one. The congratulations, but also please don't die speech. First, congratulations on becoming lords and stepping onto the path of the extraordinary. Everyone smiled. Big moment. We're all officially lords now. Cue the dramatic music. But, there it is. The trial is dangerous. Every year, some rookies die. If things go bad, get out immediately. Being alive with bad results is better than being dead with great results. You can always recover. You can't undie. Some kids were pumped up, practically foaming at the mouth to charge into the trial and conquer everything. Some looked nervous, planning to play it safe. A few arrogant ones rolled their eyes like, yeah, I'm built different. Me? I just smiled. With my talent, I'm going all in. Maximum effort, maximum score. Mother Earth didn't give me a broken cheat code, so I could play it safe. Then the teacher hesitated for a second before dropping the real bomb. If any of you have decent talent, check out the investment contracts outside the school gate. The contracts. Let me explain this lovely little predatory system. See, there are these massive organizations, ancient families, megacorporations that span entire star systems, powerful factions, and they're always hungry for fresh talent. Every year, a few gems pop up among us commoners, and these groups want to snatch them up early. Makes sense. Their own kids aren't all winners. Their people die fighting aliens regularly, and they need new blood. So they offer deals. Sign with us, kid, and we'll give you amazing resources, rare buildings, legendary gear, stuff you could never afford. Sounds great, right? The catch? You sign away part of your territory's rights. Forever. Every treasure you find, every crystal you earn, a percentage goes to them. For your entire career, you become their golden goose, and they collect eggs until you die. And those are the nice contracts. The shady ones? Oh boy. Some organizations hide traps in the fine print that slowly drain everything from your territory until you're basically a puppet. They hollow you out from the inside while smiling to your face. Some even kill the Lord after they've extracted enough value and swallow the whole territory. Thanks for all your hard work. Here's a knife in your back. The absolute worst are the contracts from the Evil God faction and the Abyss faction. These people are literally mentally unstable. They don't care about laws. Their contracts have hidden corruption magic baked into them. Some rookies just touch the paper and get mind-controlled on the spot. You pick up the contract thinking, let me read the terms, and suddenly your brain is soup and you belong to a tentacle monster from Dimension 7. Fun. That's why the teachers screen everything. They're high-level professionals who can detect hidden traps, corruption energy, and soul-binding curses in contracts. The school basically acts as a filter between legitimate investment opportunity and spiritual slavery disguised as a business deal. Now, I watch some classmates get up and head outside, ready to show off their talents and sign contracts. Some of them had good Lord hearts and wanted the extra boost. Fair enough. If you've got a green or blue heart, those extra items could mean the difference between a great trial score and a legendary one. Others stayed put, either too proud or too cautious. Also fair. And me? Not a chance I'm signing anything. Before I had my talent, honestly, I might have been tempted. A white-grade lord with no connections and no resources? Joining a big faction and trading some future profits for early game help? That's actually a pretty smart move for someone with nothing. Better to own 70% of something great than 100% of something terrible. But now, with heaven rewards diligence? Why would I hand over a slice of my future to some corporation when my soldiers literally train for free? The whole reason contracts are valuable is because resources are scarce and leveling troops is expensive. My troops don't need expensive resources to level up. They just need to swing a sword around for a while, and they get stronger automatically. Signing a contract would be like having an infinite money printer and then taking out a loan. Pointless. Plus, the starter kit is already enough for me. Arrow Tower, house, 5 soldiers, 100 crystals. Other white-grade lords look at that and think, barely enough to survive. I look at it and think, that's 5 soldiers who will train endlessly, learn skills on their own, and become absolute monsters without costing me a single crystal. I don't need a sugar daddy faction. I don't need a big tree to lean on. I am the tree. I just haven't grown yet. So I stayed in my seat, quiet as always, watching the parade of classmates march out to sell pieces of their future. Nobody even looked my way. White medium heart, loner kid, obviously too weak to bother investing in. Perfect. Exactly how I want it. Go ahead, ignore me. Give it a year or two, and I'll be the one everyone wishes they'd invested in. I left school, ignored all the contract drama, and went shopping. Not for fun stuff, for survival stuff. See, my bank account is basically on life support, so no fancy nutrient potions or magic rice for me. I bought compressed biscuits. The kind that taste like cardboard had a baby with sadness. Also salt, sugar, and enough basic supplies to feed 100 people for a month. Shoved it all into one inventory slot. Boom. Less than 1 cubic meter, fits perfectly. Second slot, 1 cubic meter of drinking water. Just a big cube of water sitting in my magical pocket dimension. Normal day. Third slot, spare clothes, bandages, and basic medicine. Because apparently when you fight monsters, your outfit gets ruined. Who knew? Can't have my soldiers fighting naked. That's bad for morale. Probably. The school actually figured out this exact packing list after years of students dying from stupid preventable stuff. Oh no, I forgot water. Dead. I didn't bring bandages. Dead. I have no spare clothes and now my army has hypothermia. Dead. So now every teacher drills it into you. Food, water, clothes, medicine. The 4 horsemen of not dying like an idiot. Then I went home, ate a full meal, took a bath, and suited up. Full armor, alloy war knife on the hip, alloy bow and 50 arrows on the back, alloy spear strapped on for good measure. These are all just regular training weapons from school, nothing magical, so they don't count as trial items. I've trained with all of them for years, so I can actually use them without stabbing myself. Low bar, but I'm clearing it. Standing in my living room, armored up like a one-man army, I opened my Lord panel and hit descend. First descent detected. Entering newbie trial. Please confirm your supplies. Descend. Yes, descending. Everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the Chaos Sea. Let me explain what the Chaos Sea actually is, because school taught us a lot about it, and honestly it's terrifying. The Chaos Sea is the beginning and end of everything. Every world, every universe, every dimension. They're all born from seeds floating in this infinite ocean of primordial chaos. Worlds grow, develop, become entire civilizations. And then the Chaos Sea slowly eats them. It dissolves everything back into nothing. Billions of worlds have already been swallowed. The creatures inside them, gone, erased. But some stuff survives, half-dissolved treasures, broken artifacts, and monsters that got corrupted by chaos but didn't fully disappear. The rules here are what they call the chaos laws, which basically means anything can happen. A high-level lord could descend one day and randomly stumble into a chaos monster that's stronger than gods. Instant death, existence erased, game over. But a random newbie lord could land on the remains of a dead world and find its final treasure. Instant path to godhood. There's also a balance rule. The stronger your territory, the more people you have, the longer you stay, and the more loot you grab, the more dangerous things get. The Chaos Sea scales with your greed. Got lucky and found an amazing treasure? Cool. Now there's an evil god heading your way. Hope that treasure was worth it. The textbooks at school had real cases of lords who found incredible items, got greedy, stayed too long, and then a giant cosmic hand literally reached down and squished them. That's not a metaphor. An actual giant hand. From the chaos. Squish. So rule number 1, don't be greedy. Get in, get your stuff, get out. Especially as a newbie. Anyway, I looked around at my territory and tried not to cry. My lord's mansion was exactly as pathetic as advertised. A 2x2-meter straw shack that looked like 3 drunk guys built it in 20 minutes. The fence around my territory was just sticks poked into the ground with grass tied between them. Half a person tall. A motivated cat could knock it over. My domain was a circle of dirt about 1,200 square meters, surrounded by what I could see were some trees and bushes in the distance. The mansion's one actually important feature? It projects a protective field in a 20-meter radius that blocks chaos corruption. Without it, everything inside my territory, including me, would slowly get dissolved by the Chaos Sea. So that crappy straw hut is literally the only thing keeping me from becoming primordial soup. If it breaks, territory destroyed. Lord status, gone. Career, over. No pressure. Then the announcement hit. Welcome, newborn lord, to your first descent into the Chaos Sea. Newbie, trial begins. Duration, 30 days. Each day, a wave of monsters will attack. Each wave gets stronger than the last. Kill all monsters in a wave to receive rewards from their remains. Fail to kill all monsters, and survivors join the next wave. You may exit at any time, but leaving means automatic. Failure, no punishment, no reward. Survive all 30 waves, and your final reward will be calculated based on monsters killed, territory level, buildings, troops, heroes, and overall performance. Even though I'd studied all this in class, hearing it for real made my heart slam against my ribs. This is it. This is actually happening. The reward system is beautifully messed up. Basically, the monsters here are creatures from dead worlds that got partially absorbed by chaos. The Chaos Sea wants them fully dissolved, so when I kill them, chaos finishes the job and converts their remains into loot for me. I'm essentially doing the Chaos Sea's housekeeping and getting paid in monster drops. Kill monster, get treasure. Classic video game logic, except the video game is a cosmic horror that may or may not be conscious. Nobody actually knows if the Chaos Sea has a mind. Humanity's been debating it for thousands of years. Maybe it's just mindless instinct. Maybe it marks these half-dissolved creatures for deletion, and we're just the cleanup crew. Maybe it prefers us because we can't use chaos energy, so we're less of a threat than corrupted monsters. Maybe the rewards aren't even from the chaos sea at all, just leftover fragments from dead creatures that happen to be useful. A million theories, zero confirmed answers. But honestly, I don't care why the system works. I just care that it works. 30 days, 30 waves, each one harder than the last. And if I don't clear a wave completely, the leftovers stack onto tomorrow's wave. So falling behind means snowballing into disaster. I looked at my straw hut, looked at the stick fence, looked at the empty territory with zero soldiers, zero buildings, zero anything. Time to turn this dumpster fire into a kingdom. No time for sightseeing. Straw hut, stick fence, empty dirt circle. Got it. It's depressing. Moving on. I marched over to my lord's altar, which is honestly the coolest thing in my sad little territory. It's a raised circular platform, 10 square meters, 5 meters tall, with stairs going up and a big bronze tripod on top. Very ancient, very dramatic. It's basically a magical gacha machine. You feed it summoning souls and energy crystals, and it spits out soldiers from across all of existence. Let me check the rates on this thing. 50% chance, regular civilian. Useless. 49.99% chance, common soldier. Okay. 0.01% chance, elite soldier. Nice but basically impossible. 0.000000001% chance, hero unit. Ha ha ha. 1 in a trillion for a hero. They actually put that number on the description. Why even show me that? It's like a lottery ticket saying, you could win $1 billion, while whispering, but you absolutely won't. Thanks for the false hope, altar. Really appreciate it. Now, I had a decision to make. I've got 5 random soldier souls. I could summon them one at a time, single pulls, but that's gambling 5 separate times. I could end up with 5 completely different species who hate each other. Imagine summoning an elf and a goblin side by side. The elf would take one look at the goblin and start a war in my own base. On day 1, before any monsters even show up. Yeah, no, I did a 5-pull combo instead. When you use all 5 souls at once, you're guaranteed to get the same type of soldier. Less chance of rolling something amazing, but also 0 chance of my own troops killing each other before the trial even starts. I'll take consistency over chaos, thank you. I climbed the altar, dumped in 50 energy crystals and all 5 souls, and hit go. White light. Flash. A portal appeared next to the tripod. 5 figures walked out. They were fine. Just fine. About 5 feet 7 inches each, average-looking faces, wearing basic leather armor, each carrying a wooden spear with an iron tip. They looked like NPCs from a budget video game, the kind you walk past without clicking. Greetings, my lord. They dropped to one knee. Spearmen. 5 common-grade spearmen. Named stuff like Zhang San. Literally the Chinese equivalent of John Doe. Of course. Not swordsmen. Not archers. Not cavalry. Not mages. Spearmen. The most default soldier in the entire summoning pool. My lord heart is white medium. My territory is a dirt circle. And now my army is the human equivalent of plain toast. The universe continues its commitment to giving me the most aggressively average experience possible. Let me check their stats real quick. Constitution, 1.2, slightly above normal human. Cool, I guess. Spirit, 0.5, half a normal person's intelligence. So my soldiers are slightly tougher than a regular person, but significantly dumber. Their one skill is basic spear technique. Make stabbing things 20% better. Their leather armor? Not real equipment. 0 stat bonuses. Just regular leather. Their wooden spears? Also not real equipment. Just a stick with metal on the end. My own school training gear is actually better than what they came with. My army has worse equipment than a student. And their loyalty is only at 60 out of 100. Not terrible, but not exactly. I'd die for you, my lord, energy either. More like, I'll work here, but I'm keeping my options open. Here's something important about summoned soldiers, though. They're actually real people. Well, sort of. They're recreated from the remnant souls of soldiers who died throughout history. The summoning process brings them back to life using the energy from the crystals and souls. But because the souls are incomplete fragments, low-level soldiers are kinda dumb. They can fight, patrol, and follow basic orders, but asking them to do anything complicated is like asking a goldfish to do algebra. The good news? As they level up, their souls become more complete. They get smarter, develop personalities, become actual people. Some high-level soldiers end up smarter than regular humans. The bad news? High-quality soldiers also develop feelings, and opinions, and preferences. Some elite troops are so picky that certain lords have to basically treat them like royalty, or they'll rebel. There are legendary stories about top-tier mage soldiers who despise stupid commanders and will literally attack their own lord for being dumb. Or elf soldiers who have such extreme cleanliness standards that if their lord's territory is messy, they'll defect on the spot. Imagine summoning a legendary elf archmage, and she takes one look at your goblin-infested swamp base and goes, "Absolutely not," then fireballs you. My 5 dumb spearmen suddenly seem like a blessing. They're too stupid to judge me. Perfect soldiers. Now, normally other lords would be panicking about how to level these guys up, because upgrading soldiers costs origin crystals, the same crystals you need for literally everything else. Most newbie lords can barely afford to keep 5 soldiers leveled, let alone build an army. But me? My talent means my soldiers level up through training and combat. Free of charge. No crystals needed. While every other lord is rationing crystals like wartime bread, I can recruit as many soldiers as I want and let them all train their way to strength. My only problem? I need barracks to recruit more soldiers in bulk. Right now, I can only get new troops from summoning souls that drop from killing monsters. If I don't get lucky and find a barracks blueprint during the trial, I'm stuck with a tiny army no matter how good my talent is. So the plan is simple. Use my 5 spearmen plus the arrow tower to survive the early waves. Pray the monster drops include barracks blueprints and more summoning souls, and let my talent do the rest. 5 idiots with sticks. That's my starting army. Let's go save the world. First things first, housing. I slapped down the residential building model, spent 10 energy crystals, and poof, a little wooden cabin appeared next to the altar. 20 square meters for beds inside. 5 soldiers for beds. Math doesn't add up. It does if someone's always on patrol duty. Welcome to the military, boys. You sleep in shifts. The cabin's special ability? It makes people recover energy and health 10% faster. Revolutionary. Groundbreaking. My soldiers can now nap slightly more efficiently. I'm truly living in the future. Then I placed the arrow tower right in front of my straw mansion. Cost me 40 energy crystals, which left me with exactly 0 crystals. Broke on day 1. Classic Jolie financial management. But the tower stats are actually decent for early game. 50-meter range, 1 shot per second, 50 damage per arrow, 100 arrows loaded, and it can shoot flying enemies too. It's basically an automatic turret powered by crystals. My most reliable defender is a building. Says a lot about my army. Quick note, both the cabin and the tower are one-time use models, not blueprints. Blueprints let you build the same thing over and over. Models? One and done. And blueprints are stupidly expensive because they're rare drops. The government can't afford to hand those out to every newbie. So we get the disposable version. Like getting a sample-size shampoo instead of the full bottle. Also, system buildings need origin crystals to construct from blueprints, and newbies have 0 origin crystals. So even if they gave us blueprints, we couldn't build anything. The pre-built models are actually smarter because they work immediately with just energy crystals. Thanks, government. First sensible decision you've made. Anyway, barely finished setting up when my patrol spearmen came running back. Enemies approaching. I grabbed my other 4 spearmen and rushed to the edge of the territory. And there they were. Goblins. About 100 of them, waddling toward my base like a green flood of ugly. 1 meter tall, hideous faces, wearing rags, carrying tiny wooden clubs. They looked like someone tried to make a person but gave up halfway through and said, "Good enough? I've never seen this exact species before." Technically, they're chaos-corrupted creatures, not actual goblins. But they look like goblins, they move like goblins, and they're probably just as pathetic as goblins. The Chaos Sea has infinite worlds, so there are countless species that look similar. These guys were basically discount store goblins. Still, unknown enemies could have surprises, so I sent my 5 spearmen ahead first to test the waters. The spearmen lined up behind the fence and waited. The goblins charged. 5 spears thrust forward. 5 goblins dropped dead instantly. 1 hit, 1 kill. The spears punched right through their chests like they were made of paper. The remaining goblins saw their 5 buddies get shish kebabbed and actually hesitated. Classic goblin behavior. Brave when they outnumber you. Cowards the second things go wrong. That's all I needed to see. These things are weak. Way below common tier soldiers. Barely qualifies as the lowest grade of cannon fodder. Charge, I yelled, and I vaulted over my own pathetic stick fence. Didn't want these idiots breaking my property and costing me repair resources. Drew my war knife and went to work. Chop. Head off. Swing. Another one down. Slash. 3 more. School combat class was not wasted on me, let me tell you. My knife technique was smooth. My armor was solid iron that their little wooden clubs couldn't even scratch, so I just went full offense. No blocking, no dodging, just a spinning tornado of steel through a sea of green midgets. My 5 spearmen followed behind me, mopping up anything I missed. Their reach advantage was perfect. The spears kept goblins from getting close. Just stab, stab, stab from safe distance. Great formation work for guys with the intelligence of a below-average potato. The whole fight took maybe 5 minutes. 100 goblins, all dead. The ground looked like someone spilled green paint everywhere, because goblin blood is apparently green and absolutely disgusting. I was covered in it. My armor was dripping. My spearmen looked like they'd been swimming in a swamp made of Shrek. And you know what? I felt completely fine. No nausea, no shaking hands, no existential crisis about taking lives. Just, man, I really need a shower. Maybe 2 lifetimes of existence gives you a thicker skin, or maybe goblins are just so ugly that killing them feels more like pest control than combat. Damage report. 2 spearmen got smacked by goblin clubs. Minor injuries, nothing serious. Some goblins had sneaked around from the sides and gotten a few hits in before I ran over to protect them. My fence also took some scratches. Then the system announcement hit. Day 1 attack complete. Enemies, 100 level, 1 goblins. Defense result, minor damage. Rating, A. Rewards. Basic, 10 origin crystals, 30 energy crystals bonus. A. Rank, 100% extra 10 origin crystals, 30 energy crystals, 1 residential building, 1 farmland, so close to S rank. The rating system goes D, C, B, A, S. To get S you need perfect, 0 building damage, 0 casualties, not even a scratch. My 2 injured spearmen and the fence damage knocked me down to A. Here's how brutal the scoring is. If even one of my 5 soldiers had died, that's 20% casualties, which drops you straight to D rank. Basic rewards only, nothing extra. For a newbie lord with only 5 soldiers, every single one is worth 20% of your entire military force. Lose 1 and your score tanks. Lose 2 and you're in serious trouble for tomorrow. But A rank is still great. Double resources plus 2 building models. I got another house and a farmland. Food production. My soldiers won't have to survive entirely on my depression biscuits. 20 origin crystals in the bank. My first real currency. The stuff that makes everything in this world go round. Day 1, complete. Army, intact. Base, standing. Covered in green blood, absolutely. 29 days to go. Time to loot. After the goblins died, their bodies started dissolving into chaos. They'd completely vanish within 30 minutes. But before they disappeared, little white sparkles popped up next to each corpse. Loot drops, baby. Just like a video game. Except the smell is much worse. I didn't care about the gross factor. I bent down and started picking up everything like a goblin blood-covered vacuum cleaner. The haul, 113 energy crystals. Every goblin dropped 1 or 2. Not bad. 5 origin crystals. The good stuff. Super rare drop rate though. 5 random soldier summoning souls. Jackpot. More troops. 100 food portions. 1 per goblin. Basic bread and biscuit type stuff that somehow tastes worse than my compressed cardboard biscuits. Didn't even know that was possible. 8 wooden clubs. The goblins' weapons. Let me check the club stats real quick. Wooden club, quality, gray. Inferior. Attributes, none. Description, a sturdy wooden club carved from wood. Only slightly better than bare fists. Can also be used as firewood. The game itself is roasting these weapons. Can be used as firewood. That's the system saying, this is literally garbage, please burn it. Beautiful. Into the inventory they go. Maybe I'll use them to start a campfire later. Or maybe I'll give them to my soldiers as a joke. Oh, And the clubs the dead goblins were still holding? Those are chaos contaminated. If I brought those back to my base, they'd actually corrupt my territory. So the only clubs worth taking are the ones that dropped as loot. Even the loot version is trash. This game has layers of disappointment. One important relief, though, those 5 summoning souls were random, not goblin-specific. Thank every god in every heaven for that. Because if they were goblin souls, I'd have to make the worst decision of my life. Do I recruit goblins? They're cowardly, disgusting, perverted, weak, and smell like a dumpster ate another dumpster. But in a survival situation, warm bodies are warm bodies. I would have actually had to think about it. Thankfully, the universe spared me that moral crisis. I rushed back to the altar immediately. No hesitation. Soldiers are everything right now. More troops means better defense, means better ratings, means better loot, means more troops. It's the snowball effect, and I need to start rolling. Dumped in all 5 souls plus 50 energy crystals. 5 pull combo again. White light. Portal opens. 5 figures step out. They were bones. Just bones. 5 skeletons, about 5'2", nothing but rattling bone frames wrapped in dirty rags, each holding a little white bone knife. They looked like someone dug up a graveyard's discount section. Skeleton soldiers. I stared at them. They stared back. Well, they didn't really stare because they don't have eyes, but their empty skull sockets were pointed in my general direction, which I think counts. Let me check these guys out. Skeleton soldier, quality, common race. Undead, skeleton level, 1 talents, none skills, none constitution, 1.0 spirit, 0.1 loyalty, 100 constitution of a normal person. Spirit of 0.1, that's 1/10 of a regular human. My spearmen have 0.5, and I thought they were dumb. These guys make my spearmen look like Einstein. They have 0 skills, 0 talents, and their bone knives aren't even counted as real equipment. Basically, one of my spearmen could solo all 5 of them without breaking a sweat. But wait, before you laugh, and yes, I did laugh for about 10 seconds, skeleton soldiers are actually kind of amazing for what they are. First, loyalty is at 100. Max. They're not going to complain, argue, have feelings, or stage a mutiny. They're bones. What are they going to do? Feel sad? With what emotions? Their brain is a skull full of air. Second, they don't eat. They don't sleep. They don't need a house. My spearmen need beds, food, water, scheduled rest. My skeletons just stand wherever I put them. I could lean them against a wall, and they'd guard that wall until the end of time. 0 maintenance costs. They're like those solar-powered garden lights. Just set them and forget them. Third, night vision. Skeletons are undead creatures, so they can see perfectly in the dark. My human spearmen are basically blind at night. Low-level humans can't see anything without light. But my skeletons? 24/7 surveillance, rain or shine, day or night. They just became my permanent night shift security team. Fourth, and this is actually huge, they can hurt ghosts. Undead creatures carry natural death energy. For my spearmen, fighting a ghost or spirit enemy would be impossible. Physical weapons pass right through them. Only high-level warriors who can channel energy attacks can damage spirits. But my skeletons? Their pathetic little bone knives carry just enough death energy to actually land hits on spiritual enemies. My spearmen are 100% useless against ghosts. My skeletons are at least 5% useful against ghosts. In a world where you never know what monsters tomorrow brings, that 5% could save my entire base. Fifth, they're fearless. Absolutely 0 survival instinct. I could order them to charge straight into a dragon's mouth, and they'd do it without hesitation. Try that with goblins or gremlins, and they'd run away screaming before you even finish the sentence. Skeletons are the ultimate disposable frontline, the perfect cannon fodder that never panics, never retreats, and never asks for a raise. So yeah, my army is now 5 slightly dumb humans with sticks and 5 brainless skeletons with butter knives. On paper? Pathetic. In practice? I've got daytime fighters, nighttime guards, anti-ghost insurance, and 0 food costs on half my army. I immediately assigned all patrol duties to the skeleton squad. They don't need rest, they can see in the dark, and frankly they have nothing better to do. This frees up my spearmen to actually rest, and, more importantly, train. Because thanks to my talent, Every minute my spearmen spend training is free experience, free levels, free skill growth. While other lords are rationing their origin crystals just to bump one soldier up one level, my boys are doing push-ups behind the cabin and getting stronger for nothing. My skeletons guard. My spearmen train. My arrow tower watches everything. Day 1, survived. Army, doubled. Green goblin blood, still everywhere. This is going better than expected, which, knowing my luck, means tomorrow is going to be terrible. Alright, housekeeping time. I spent 10 energy crystals and plopped down another residential cabin for my spearmen. 2 cabins now, 8 beds total, enough for all 5 spearmen plus me. Because yeah, I'm sleeping in the soldier barracks. My lord's mansion is a straw shack that looks worse than the cabin I just built for my troops. The boss has a worse house than his employees. Peak leadership right there. I parked the skeletons on the right side of the territory, far away from the spearmen. Not because there's actual beef between them, but nobody wants to sleep next to 5 rattling bone men who stare at you with empty eye sockets all night. The skeletons don't care, they don't care about anything. So off to patrol duty they went. Oh, and just because the daily wave is over doesn't mean I'm safe. The trial takes place in a real broken dimension. Random chaos monsters can just wander into your territory whenever they feel like it. It's usually weak stuff like more goblins, but, usually, is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. If something big finds me, that's just the universe confirming I have trash luck. Again, I also got a farmland model from the rewards, but I'm not placing it yet. No farmers to work it, and I've got enough food from the goblin drops plus my packed biscuits. Why waste crystals building something nobody can use? Saving resources. Financial genius. Warren Buffett of the Chaos Sea. Now, the exciting part. I check my personal stats. Level 167 out of 167 experience points. From killing 67 goblins. My talent is working. I don't need origin crystals to level up. Every kill just adds to my experience bar automatically. Other lords have to spend crystals to gain levels. I just need to murder things, which I was going to do anyway. But then I had a terrifying thought. What happens if I hit 100 and try to level up to 2? But my territory is still level 1? The chaos rules say a lord can't exceed their territory's level. Would I just cap at 99? Or would the system detect a rule violation and erase me from existence? Yeah, I'm not testing that theory with my own life. Territory upgrade to level 2 costs 100 origin crystals and 200 energy crystals. I have 25 crystals. That's not close. So starting tomorrow, I need to let my soldiers do most of the killing. I'll hang back and supervise like a proper manager. Go fight those monsters, boys. I'll be here, cheering. From safety, now my skills. This is where things get really fun. Basic swordsmanship, 73 out of 100 during the goblin fight. Something magical happened. Every time I swung my knife, insights just flooded into my brain. Better angles, smoother movements, sharper strikes. It felt like downloading a martial arts tutorial directly into my nervous system. By the end of the fight, I was cutting through goblins like butter, and my body has a constitution of only 1.1. There's no way someone that average should have been mowing down enemies that fast. It was 100% the skill experience boosting my performance. After the battle, I tested it by just practicing swings in camp. A few minutes of training added 1 point, going from 73 to 74. Compare that to combat, where I gained like 6 points in a few minutes of actual fighting. So the formula is clear. Killing enemies gives the most experience, active combat gives decent experience, and plain training gives the least. Makes sense. Nothing teaches you how to fight like actually fighting. Then I check my spearmen. Remember these guys? Let me look at the star student. Lee C, Spearman 2, Level 1, 8 out of 10, Basic Spear Technique, 10 out of 100 Spirit, 1.0 Weight. His spirit went from 0.5 to 1.0? That's double what he started with. This guy killed 8 goblins, and his brain literally got smarter. He's now as intelligent as a regular human, and he only needs 2 more kills to level up. I immediately kicked myself for not paying attention during the fight. If I had just funneled 2 more goblins toward Lee C, he could have hit level 2, and I could have tested whether my talent lets soldiers break the level cap. Stupid. I was too busy enjoying my own knife-swinging revelations to watch my soldiers' experience bars. Tomorrow, Li Si gets priority kills. I had Li Si spar against Sun Ba, who only killed 4 goblins and has 5 points in spear technique. The result? Li Si absolutely demolished him. Under a minute. Done. Same weapon, same base stats, same soldier type, but 5 extra points in skill experience made Li Si visibly faster, more accurate, and smarter. He was finding weak spots, doing feints with his spear, mixing up his attacks. Sun Ba was still doing the same brain-dead, thrust forward and hope, routine from this morning. 5 points of skill difference turned a mirror match into a massacre. My talent is terrifyingly good. Then I had a brilliant idea. What if I teach my spearmen body-strengthening exercises and meditation? I downloaded some basic free cultivation manuals from the internet right after awakening. We weren't allowed to learn them before becoming lords because having energy in your body would mess up the awakening process. But now, fair game. So I gathered my 5 spearmen and started demonstrating the basic body tempering technique. Okay, boys, watch carefully. Breathe in like this, channel the energy through your 5 blank faces staring at me. Absolutely nothing happening behind those eyes. I demonstrated again, and again, and again. They just stood there looking at me like I was performing modern dance at a livestock auction. They're too dumb. Their spirit stat is too low to understand cultivation techniques. I could teach them forever, and they'd just keep blinking at me with the intellectual energy of a park bench. I gave up, deflated. Like a balloon someone drew a sad face on. If only their spirit was higher, or if I had smarter soldiers, I could teach them cultivation on top of combat training. 30 days of dual training would have been incredible growth. But no, my soldiers have the mental capacity of bread. Smart bread, maybe, after the fight. But still bread. Tomorrow's plan. Let the soldiers do the killing, monitor experience bars like a hawk, get Li Si to level 2, test the limit-breaking feature, and try not to accidentally overlevel myself into oblivion. Day 1 is done. My talent works. My soldiers are getting smarter and stronger with every fight. My skeletons are patrolling the night shift for free. Everything is going according to plan, which means something is absolutely going to go wrong soon. So I realized my teach the spearmen kung fu plan was dead on arrival because their brains are made of oatmeal. But there is a workaround in this world, skill books. They're like instant download martial arts manuals. You slap a soldier with 1 and BAM, they know the technique. No thinking required. Perfect for my intellectually challenged troops. Problem? Each skill book works on 1 soldier, then poof, gone. And they're expensive, and they count as carried items for the trial. So I couldn't have brought any even if I could afford them. My only hope is that monsters drop some during the trial. The real dream is getting a library building. Put a skill book in a library and it becomes reusable. Unlimited soldiers can study from it. There are also training halls, academies, mage towers, and similar buildings where NPC instructors teach skills automatically. High-level lords all have these because when you've got 100,000 soldiers, you can't exactly hand each one an individual textbook. That'd bankrupt a god. But that's future problems. Let me talk about something I've been studying, the loyalty system. Because oh boy, it's a mess. Every intelligent creature has a loyalty score. Starts at 60 for most recruits. High loyalty means they follow orders without question. Low loyalty means they start cutting corners. Maybe they, accidentally, miss a few attacks, or suddenly develop a fear of the enemy that conveniently makes them run away. At 0, full mutiny. They turn on you. And different races? Total drama factory. Humans are pretty chill. We're basically the golden retrievers of the species world, friendly with almost everyone, easily impressed by attractive allies, and generally easy to manage. Put a pretty elf girl in a human squad, and suddenly every soldier is fighting twice as hard. Morale through the roof. Elves, high-maintenance divas. They want clean territories, beautiful scenery, trees everywhere, nature vibes. Build a bunch of industrial buildings and skyscrapers? They'll literally start demolishing your factories and planting flowers where your assembly line used to be. Some lords have woken up to find their entire tech district replaced by a forest because their elf soldier had a breakdown about aesthetic violations. Orcs? They respect strength and hate rules. Put them in an orderly, law-abiding territory, and they'll trash the place like a rock band in a hotel room. Schedules? Destroyed. Regulations? Ignored. Filing systems? Eaten. Dwarves? They drink. A lot. If you don't keep the beer flowing, trouble is coming. And then there are the really bad combos. Regular elves and dark elves? Absolute mortal enemies. If they end up in the same territory, they will immediately try to beat each other to death. No negotiation. No peace talks. Just instant, violent chaos. It's like putting cats and vacuum cleaners in the same room. The Chaos faction troops, Evil God side, Abyss side, are the worst. Their favorite hobby is backstabbing their own lord. Every year, some genius who recruited demon soldiers gets murdered in their sleep by their own army. And honestly, if you willingly signed up for Chaos faction troops, your judgment was already questionable. It's a match made in hell. Literally. Now, for MY troops, the loyalty situation is actually pretty great. My spearmen jumped from 60 to 70 loyalty after just one battle where nobody died. A few more wins like that, and they'll hit 100, maximum loyalty, ride or die status. Low intelligence soldiers are easy to please. Don't beat them, don't starve them, win a few fights. Congratulations, you've earned their undying devotion. They're like loyal dogs. Feed them, pet them occasionally, and they'll follow you into a volcano. The funny thing is, my talent is making them stronger every fight, but they're too dumb to notice. Their skills are improving, their combat sense is sharpening, but their little pea brains haven't connected the dots. Huh, I'm better at stabbing things today. Weird. Oh well, the loyalty boost from that is basically zero. They only care about the obvious stuff. We won, nobody died, the boss didn't send me to die alone. Cool, loyalty up. High-quality soldiers would be the opposite. They'd notice the rapid growth and be amazed. Wait, I'm getting stronger without crystals? This lord is incredible. Loyalty would skyrocket. Smarter troops appreciate my talent more, but they're also pickier about everything else. It's a trade-off. My skeletons? Perfect 100 loyalty. Because they have the emotional intelligence of a rock. You literally cannot make a skeleton unhappy. Send them to die? Okay. Make them stand in the rain for a week? Okay. Give them nothing to do? They don't even say okay, they just do it. Best employees I've ever had. But, and this is important, there's a ticking time bomb in my skeleton squad. Right now they're low level and dumb, so they're perfectly loyal little bone puppets. But if they level up too much, undead soldiers get smarter. And smart undead hate the living. History is full of stories where lords carefully raised their skeleton troops for years, got them to high levels, and then the skeletons turned around and murdered their lord like, thanks for the power-ups, now die, flesh bag. It's like raising a puppy that slowly turns into a wolf. Cute at first, then it eats you. With my talent, this is actually a real concern. My skeletons will level up through combat whether I want them to or not. Eventually they'll get smart enough to develop opinions, and their opinion will be, I want to kill everything alive, starting with my boss, but that's a problem for later. Way later. Right now they're level 1 brain-dead bone men, and I need every soldier I can get. If they eventually become a threat, I can always use them as expendable frontline meat. Bone shields. They're just random summons anyway, not from a barracks building. Losing a few skeletons won't hurt my long-term plans. Now if I'd gotten a full undead barracks, that'd be a different conversation. Barracks are rare and valuable. You can't just buy them anywhere. Throwing away a barracks because your skeletons got too smart would be painful. But 5 random skeleton recruits? 0 emotional attachment. They can serve until they're useful, and then serve as cannon fodder when they're not. Cold. Maybe. But this is the Chaos Sea. Sentimentality is a luxury I can't afford. Especially not for soldiers whose life goal is to eventually eat my face. Day 2. Woke up, had breakfast, and immediately put everyone to work. The spearmen started practicing their spear drills on their own. They know the basics, so they can just keep stabbing air and getting better. But my skeletons? They didn't have any skills yet. Not even basic knife technique. So I had to personally demonstrate for them. Slash, chop, thrust, block, parry. I went through the whole routine like a martial arts instructor at the world's worst dojo, teaching 5 brainless bone men how to swing a knife. And you know what? My talent is ridiculous. After just 10 minutes of demonstration, all 5 skeletons had basic blade technique pop up on their stat screens. 10 minutes. A skill that normally requires a system skill book, which costs money and is one use only. And my guys just learned IT by watching me wave a sword around. For free. Then I immediately felt stupid. I should have taught them last night. Skeletons don't sleep. They could have been practicing blade technique for 8 hours while I was snoring. Instead, I sent them on patrol where they learned absolutely nothing. I wasted an entire night of free training time because I simply forgot. Brilliant leadership. Truly inspiring. Someone give me a management award. Before I could beat myself up more, the day 2 attack arrived. This time, 200 goblins. And mixed in with the little green idiots were about 10 big goblins. 1.5 meters tall, way stronger, constitution over 1.0. These big boys could actually overwhelm a spearman if they ganged up. No more charging out like a hero. Today we play defense. I pulled everyone back behind the fence, positioned the spearmen and skeletons to cover all directions, and let the arrow tower handle the big goblins with targeted fire. I deliberately kept the tower on low power most of the time, only shooting when goblins tried to sneak around and hit my buildings. Why? Because I needed my soldiers to get the kills. Every goblin they kill is free experience. The arrow tower doesn't level up from kills. My troops do. So I basically turn my arrow tower into a lazy security guard. Only shoot if something really bad happens. Otherwise, let the interns handle it. The strategy worked beautifully. My spearmen held the fence line, stabbing everything that came close. My skeletons, now with actual blade skills, hacked away at goblins flanking from the sides. I ran around plugging gaps and occasionally body-checking big goblins away from my injured soldiers. The tower picked off the few that slipped through. 15 minutes. Done. Some minor injuries, some fence damage, but everyone alive. Day 2 rating. A basic rewards. 30 origin crystals, 100 energy crystals bonus. 30 origin crystals, 100 energy crystals, a water well, and another arrow tower. 2 arrow towers now. My base is becoming a proper death zone. And a water well means I don't need to rely entirely on my packed water supply. Things are looking up. But forget all that. The real excitement happened during the fight, and I almost missed it because I was busy not dying. See, I'd been carefully controlling my own kills, just wounding goblins and letting my soldiers finish them off to get the experience. My star student Lee C was racking up kills like a goblin-slaying machine. And then, mid-battle, a system notification popped up. Warning, Soldier Lee C's experience is full. Territory level has not increased. Soldier level cannot exceed territory level. Further kills will not grant experience. My stomach dropped. Here it comes. The moment of truth. Then the second notification. Heaven rewards diligence talent activated. This soldier is now breaking through their limits. Please pay attention. I was too busy fighting to read it properly at the time, but after the battle, I sprinted to Lee C's status screen. Lee C, Spearman, Quality. Common, 2510, Level, 1, 10 tenths. Maxed Basic Spear Technique. 42/100 Loyalty. 80 A progress bar appeared after his quality rating. When a soldier's level is capped by the territory limit, the overflow experience doesn't just vanish. It gets stored and used to upgrade their quality tier. Do you understand what this means? My common grade soldier is accumulating progress toward becoming an elite soldier, without spending a single origin crystal, just from killing goblins and training. And it doesn't stop at elite. If this keeps going, common to elite to rare to epic to legendary to mythic. The most garbage bottom tier soldier in the world can be upgraded to the highest quality through my talent alone. As long as they survive long enough, every single one of my soldiers can become legendary grade warriors. I used to think of soldiers as disposable cannon fodder. I was wrong. Every soldier is now an investment. Every veteran who survives is building toward their next quality upgrade. Protecting them isn't just good strategy anymore. It's essential. Each one is a future elite unit walking around in common clothing. I glanced nervously at my skeletons, because if common soldiers can upgrade to legendary, so can undead soldiers. And legendary level undead hate living beings. I'm literally nurturing my own future assassins. But that's a tomorrow problem. Today's problem is making my army stronger. All 5 spearmen had maxed out their experience and filled their quality upgrade bars. Every single one was ready to evolve. I called them over, opened their panels, and hit the upgrade button. White light engulfed all 5 of them. They started growing. Taller, broader, more muscular. Their leather armor melted away and reformed as iron armor. Their wooden spears dissolved and rebuilt as gleaming iron spears, 2 meters long, flashing in the sunlight. Even their injuries healed completely. Notification: Spearman, Common. X5 evolved into Elite Spearman, Elite. X5. The light faded and 5 completely transformed warriors stood before me. They went from budget soldiers from a discount bin to actual professional military personnel, about 5'10" now, built like fighters, iron armor gleaming, real weapons in their hands. And then, for the first time ever, one of them opened his mouth and spoke. Thank you, Lord. They can talk now. Before the upgrade, these guys had the verbal skills of a brick. Now their intelligence has jumped high enough for actual speech. Stuttery, broken, clumsy speech, like a toddler's first words, but speech. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little emotional. My 5 idiot potato soldiers just graduated from mindless combat drones to people who can say thank you. It's like watching your kid take their first steps, except the kid is a 6-foot spearman in iron armor who just spent the morning massacring goblins. Day 2 summary. Army upgraded, base fortified, talent confirmed to be absolutely busted. My common soldiers became elite soldiers in 2 days. Other lords spend months in mountains of origin crystals to achieve what I just did with a few goblin fights and some push-ups. This talent isn't a golden finger. It's a golden fist. Okay, time to nerd out about my shiny new elite spearmen because I cannot stop looking at their stats. First discovery. They can talk now, but they're basically kindergartners. Small vocabulary, choppy sentences, can't explain anything complicated. It's like texting with someone who only knows 50 words. Lord. Good. Enemy. Bad. Spear. Pointy. Adorable. Terrifying. Both. But hey, they'll get smarter as their quality keeps improving. At this rate, give them a week and they'll be writing poetry. Probably bad poetry, but still. Let me check Lee C's upgraded stats. Elite Spearman. Lee C quality. Elite. 5 out of 100. Level. 1. 2020. Maxed again Constitution. 2.2 Spirit. 1.0 Skills. Skilled Spear Technique. 42/1000. Formation Loyalty. 100 double the constitution of a normal human now. His spear skill got renamed from Basic to Skilled, and the experience cap jumped from 100 to 1000. And he picked up a brand new skill automatically. Formation. Multiple spearmen can form a simple battle array. Impact resistance 10%, attack power, and speed 5%. 5% doesn't sound like much until you realize every soldier gets the buff simultaneously. 5 elite spearmen in formation means 5 soldiers all hitting harder, faster, and tanking better at the same time. And later, when I get a hero commander, they can upgrade to real military formations that stack with individual skills. It's like the difference between 5 guys standing in a line and an actual organized army. And loyalty? Maxed. 100. All 5 of them. The evolution was so mind-blowing to them that they went from, yeah, this lord is okay, I guess, to, I would die for this man without hesitation. Getting promoted from common grunt to elite warrior in 2 days tends to inspire that kind of devotion. Now, the quality grind got harder. Going from common to elite needed only 10 points. Elite to rare needs 100. 10 times more. Ouch. But I discovered something beautiful in the fine print. If my soldiers kill enemies that are higher level or quality than them, each kill counts for way more experience. Like, a lot more. Theoretically, a common soldier who kills one super powerful enemy could jump straight to legendary quality in 1 kill. And on the flip side, killing enemies weaker than you gives less experience, but never less than 1 point per kill. There's always a minimum of 1. So even grinding weak goblins isn't completely worthless. The system basically rewards you for punching up and doesn't completely punish you for punching down. Fair. Aggressive, but fair. I also noticed something sneaky. When my spearmen evolved, all their injuries healed completely. Every scratch, every bruise gone. Which means evolution is basically a free full heal. My brain immediately went into exploit mode. What if I let a soldier get really hurt in battle, then evolve them right when they're about to die? Free healing. Save on medicine. Then my brain went, Lee, you absolute idiot. That's the dumbest plan ever. If I wait until a soldier is nearly dead to evolve them, they might actually die before I hit the button. Or get attacked mid-evolution and fail. And if I have enough experience to evolve them, Why not just evolve them before the fight so they're stronger and don't get injured in the first place? So that idea went in the trash. Mostly. I might use it later in a safe situation. Let a wounded soldier finish off a crippled enemy. Fill the bar. Evolve. Free heal. But as an actual strategy? No. That's how you get your soldiers killed for a medical bill you could have avoided. I did have another genius idea, though. What if I take away a soldier's weapon and armor before evolution? When they evolve, the system generates new equipment for them. So theoretically, I keep the old gear and get new gear. Free equipment duplication. Right now it's just basic iron stuff, so who cares? But later when my soldiers are high quality and their evolution gear is actually valuable, that's a factory. Filed that one away for later. Too early to test, too clever to forget. Now, the skeletons. My bone boys killed their share of goblins too, enough to max their level experience. But their quality upgrade bars only reached about 4 to 5 points each. They need 10 to evolve. So they're stuck until tomorrow's wave gives them more kills. Close but not quite. Here's my strategic dilemma. Right now I'm fighting level 1 monsters because my territory is level 1. Level 1 monsters drop garbage loot. About 1 origin crystal per 10 kills. The daily rewards are basic building models, nothing special. If I keep my territory at level 1 for all 30 days just to farm easy goblin kills, my final trial score will be terrible. Low difficulty equals low rewards equals low evaluation. But if I upgrade too fast, I'll face tougher monsters before my soldiers are ready, and someone might die. Dead soldiers means lower ratings and lost investment. So the plan is, wait for the skeletons to evolve tomorrow, see what loot drops look like, then decide when to upgrade the territory. Balance risk versus reward. Don't be greedy, don't be cowardly. Be smart. Meanwhile, I spent my daily rewards. The water well cost 50 energy crystals, but man, was it worth it. I've been wearing goblin blood-encrusted armor for 2 days. Everything I own smells like a swamp monster's gym bag. I brought spare clothes, but was rationing them because the trial is 30 days and I can't wash anything without water. Now, unlimited water. I can wash my clothes. I can wash my armor. I can drink without counting sips. I built that well and immediately took the most satisfying rinse of 2 lifetimes. The simple pleasures of not smelling like death. The second arrow tower went up on the opposite side of my lord's mansion. 2 towers now, covering both flanks. 50-meter range each, overlapping coverage across my entire tiny territory. Anything that walks into my base gets shot at from 2 directions. My little dirt circle is slowly starting to look like an actual military outpost. Straw hut in the center, 2 arrow towers flanking it, 2 cabins for the troops, a water well, skeletons patrolling the perimeter, 5 elite spearmen training in formation. Not bad for a guy whose entire starter kit was a participation trophy and a dream. Loot check from today's massacre. 17 origin crystals, 252 energy crystals, 240 food units, a bunch of garbage wooden clubs, and, the important part, 20 summoning souls. 10 from regular goblins, 10 from the big ones. But only 3 were soldier-specific souls. The other 7 were fully random. Could be soldiers, could be civilians, could be a guy who's really good at sweeping floors. The gacha machine shows no mercy. I headed up to the altar with a plan. 3 separate pulls for variety, but not too much variety. 5 soldier souls together, 8 soldier souls together, and 7 random souls together. Pull 1, 5 spearmen. Pull 2, 8 skeleton soldiers. I stood there for a solid 10 seconds just processing. My army is now exclusively spearmen and skeletons. Again, the same 2 flavors. Every time I go to the gacha machine, it hands me the exact same menu. Would you like pointy stick humans or rattling bone men? That's IT. Those are my options apparently. Is my luck bad? Not really. At least they're compatible species. My spearmen don't hate skeletons, and my skeletons are too dumb to hate anything. No civil wars in my territory today. Is my luck good? Also no. I desperately need ranged units. Every soldier I have is melee. If tomorrow's monsters include anything that attacks from a distance, my entire army has to just run at them while getting pelted. My military strategy against archers would literally be sprint forward and hope. But whatever. They're here now. I sent the new spearmen to train with the elite spearmen, learning from the big brothers. The new skeletons joined the old skeleton squad. I'll teach them blade technique when I get a minute. Can't have the old skeletons teach the new ones because they're too stupid to teach. That's like asking a toddler to homeschool another toddler. Just chaos. Now, pull 3. 7 random souls. Here we go. Congratulations. You have obtained Refugees X7. 7 raggedy, half-starved people stumbled out of the portal and immediately collapsed to their knees, slamming their foreheads on the ground in front of me. All hail the Lord. These are not soldiers. These are civilians. The summoning system literally gave me 7 homeless people. They were a mess. 5 men, 2 women, ages 30 to mid-40s, dressed in rags that made my straw hut look fashionable. Their stats were painful. The 3, common quality, ones had constitution around 0.7 to 0.8, below normal human standard, and spirit around 0.5. The 4, inferior quality, ones were even worse. Constitution 0.5, spirit 0.4, plus an active debuff called physically weak. They literally came pre-damaged. Discount humans with a factory defect. But, silver lining, the 2 common quality men, Zhang Shun and Zhang Wan, had a skill, basic farming. And the common quality woman, Zhuang Ernie, had basic cooking. A cook. I have a cook now. No more compressed sadness biscuits. Someone can actually prepare food. Is she good? No. Basic. Cooking probably means she can boil water without burning it. But with my talent, her cooking skill will improve over time. Today she makes edible slop. Next week, decent meals. By the end of the month? Michelin star. Probably not. But a man can dream. The 7 refugees were kowtowing so hard I thought they'd dent the ground. I pulled the first guy up, Zhang Shun, and told everyone to stop. Stand up, all of you. My territory doesn't do the face-on-the-floor thing. A simple bow is fine. Look, I'm not some power-tripping tyrant. I was a code monkey in my past life. Having people prostrate themselves in front of me feels weird. It's like if your co-workers suddenly started kneeling every time you walked into the office. Uncomfortable for everyone. Now, quick math problem. It's day 2 and I already have 17 people who need food. Plus the 13 skeletons who don't eat. Small mercy. Tomorrow there'll be more. Then more. Then more. I only packed enough food for 100 people for a month, and at this rate I'll blow through that before week 2. Time to farm. I pulled out yesterday's farmland reward. 10 by 10 meters, 100 square meters total, with system bonuses, 10% faster growing, 10% higher yield. Not huge, but it's something. I built it, handed out seeds I'd bought back in the real world. Rice, wheat, plus some veggies like cabbage, green beans, and chili peppers. I went with vegetables first because they mature in just 7 days. 7 days. Thank you. Magical real-world agricultural engineering plus system farmland bonus. In less than a week, we'll have fresh vegetables. My spearmen are going to lose their minds when dinner includes something that isn't cardboard flavored. I put Zhang Shun in charge of the civilians. He's the smartest of the bunch. Smart, being relative when everyone's spirit stat is below average. But he can manage 7 people doing basic tasks. Farming, cleaning, fetching water, collecting firewood. The cook started cooking. The farmers started farming. The inferior quality refugees started doing whatever they could. Carrying things. Sweeping. Existing productively. I gave them fresh clothes from my supplies. They refused to throw away their old rags. We can use them as cleaning cloths, Lord. These people have been poor for so long that throwing away garbage feels wasteful to them. My heart hurt a little. Housing was tight. The 2 cabins are reserved for soldiers who need actual rest. The refugees and the extra spearmen got my packed tents. Not fancy, but for people who've apparently been starving their entire lives, a tent and a hot meal was basically a 5-star resort. They thanked me by trying to kowtow again. I told them to stop that and go plant vegetables. Within an hour, my territory transformed from sad military outpost to tiny functional village. People hauling water from the new well, smoke rising from a cooking fire, farmers digging rows in the field, soldiers training in the yard, skeletons patrolling the perimeter like creepy scarecrows. Day 2 and I already have infrastructure. Agriculture. A chef. All I wanted was some ranged soldiers, and instead the universe gave me a full domestic staff. I asked for archers and got a cooking show. You know what? I'll take it. My soldiers fight better on a full stomach anyway. Day 3. Last day of the newbie protection period. After today, The kid gloves come off, and the trial starts getting real. But for now, one more round of easy mode. The monsters took their sweet time today. I had my whole army training all morning, and nothing showed up. It was like waiting for a delivery that says, arriving today, with no time window. So we just kept training. Spearmen doing drills, skeletons hacking at air, me supervising like a gym teacher who actually cares. Then late afternoon, here they come. 400 goblins. 100 big goblins. 500 total. And these weren't the barefoot stick-waving clowns from day one. The big goblins had iron weapons now. Some elites were wearing leather armor. The goblins are upgrading. They showed up to day one in pajamas with wooden sticks, and now they've got actual gear. Somebody gave these little green idiots a military budget. But guess what? My army upgraded faster. I sent the civilians into the cabins. Hide inside. Don't come out. Let the adults handle this, and set up formation outside the fence this time. No more hiding behind twigs. Front line. 5 elite spearmen in tight formation, wall of iron-tipped death. Second row. 5 regular spearmen backing them up, cleaning up anything that slips through. Flanks. The original 5 skeleton soldiers holding the sides. Reserves. 8 newer skeletons covering the wings. Me, standing in the back with a long spear, ready to rescue anyone in trouble. The goblins charged like they always do. Zero tactics, just screaming and running. They slammed into my spearman formation and got absolutely shredded. The elite spearmen in formation were devastating. Their formation skill buffed everyone's attack and defense. And 5 synchronized iron spears in a line? It was a blender. Goblins were getting skewered before they could even swing their weapons. 1 thrust, 1 kill. Even the big goblins, iron weapons and all, went down in a single spear thrust. The quality difference was just too massive. It was like watching a professional sports team play against kindergartners. Here's where I got tactical. I was watching everyone's experience bars like a hawk this time. The moment the original 5 skeletons maxed out their quality bars, I pulled them out of combat one by one, rotated them behind the arrow towers for safety, and hit evolve. White light. Bones restructuring. Getting bigger, denser, stronger. Skeleton soldier, skeleton warrior, they came back transformed. Bigger frames, gleaming white bones, iron swords instead of bone knives, leather armor on their upper bodies, and helmets protecting their soul fire. That little flame inside their skulls that keeps them alive. They looked like actual undead warriors instead of Halloween decorations. The skeleton warriors immediately started demolishing goblins. 1 slash, 1 kill. They were so effective they actually pushed ahead of my elite spearmen, bending the defensive line into a crescent shape. I had to yell at them to fall back. Get back in line. Boneheads. Not because they were in danger, they were fine, but because I needed the weaker soldiers to get kills for experience. If my skeleton warriors steal all the kills, nobody else levels up. So I developed a rotation system on the fly. Skeleton warriors hold position, regular skeletons fight on the front line. When regular skeletons get overwhelmed, warriors charge forward to push the goblins back, then retreat again so the regulars can resume farming kills. It's like being a teacher who has to make sure every student gets a turn at the science experiment, except the experiment is murder. Next up, the 5 new spearmen hit 20 kills. Pull them back, evolve, boom, 5 more elite spearmen. Sent them back to the second row. Then the 8 new skeletons filled their bars. Same rotation, pull back, evolve, return as skeleton warriors. Within one battle, my entire army upgraded to elite tier. Then I unleashed the original 5 elite spearmen, my most experienced veterans, in a full counterattack. They charged into the remaining goblin horde, carving through them like a hot knife through green butter. The rest of the army held defensive positions and only stepped in for emergencies. 1 hour of total carnage. 500 enemies. All dead. Day 3 rating. S. I almost fell over when I saw that. S-. Not quite perfect S, but S tier. The highest rating I've gotten. And I understood why. The battle happened outside my fence, so 0 building damage. My soldiers evolved mid-battle, which healed their injuries, so almost 0 casualties. The arrow towers barely had to fire. From the system's perspective, I defended against 500 enemies with minimal losses and barely even used my defensive structures. That screams, this lord has his act together, and the rewards. Oh my god, the rewards. Basic, 150 origin crystals, 500 energy crystals bonus, S rank, 200% extra 300 origin crystals, 1000 energy crystals plus. 5 residential buildings, 2 arrow towers, 1 refugee camp, 1 random hero summoning soul, a hero soul. Let me put that in perspective. The altar has a 1 in a trillion chance of randomly producing a hero. I just got a guaranteed hero summon from a daily reward. This is the single most valuable item I've gotten in 3 days. Heroes are commanders, champions, powerhouses. They're to soldiers what a general is to privates. 1 hero can change everything. But first, building spree. 5 new cabins went up immediately. Combined with my existing 2, that's 7 houses. Everyone gets a bed now. No more tents. My civilians were practically weeping with joy. We have walls and a roof. At the same time, 2 more arrow towers, placed on the remaining 2 sides of my base. 4 towers total, covering north, south, east, and west. My territory is now a 360-degree kill zone. Anything that approaches from any direction gets a face full of arrows. And the refugee camp. This is a building that passively generates new civilian refugees over time. Free population growth without summoning souls. More farmers, more workers, more people to build my little kingdom. I built everything without hesitation. Energy crystals flowing like water, buildings popping up everywhere. My sad little dirt circle is starting to look like an actual settlement. Houses in rows, for arrow towers at the corners, an altar in the center, a well, a farm, a cooking area, and troops patrolling the perimeter. 3 days ago I had a straw hut and a stick fence. Now I have a fortified village with an elite army, and a hero soul burning a hole in my inventory. Tomorrow the real trial begins. Stronger monsters, higher stakes, no more training wheels. Bring it. Building spree time. I burned through 230 energy crystals faster than my past life salary on payday. 5 cabins went up around the Lord's mansion in a ring formation. And yes, I strategically placed them so that if anything breaks through my defenses, monsters will attack the cabins first, buying my precious straw hut some extra seconds. I'm using my own people's houses as meat shields for my crappy headquarters. Don't judge me. It's called strategy. 2 new arrow towers on the left and right flanks, near the territory edge for maximum range. 4 towers total now, covering every direction. My dirt circle has become a kill box. And the refugee camp went right behind the Lord's mansion in the safest spot. This building is huge for me. It costs 1 origin crystal plus 10 energy crystals per recruit, max 10 per day. What it does is reach into dying worlds across the multiverse and pull out refugees who are about to be dissolved by chaos. Most of them are garbage-tier civilians, but sometimes you get a diamond in the rough. Some lords have reportedly pulled actual heroes from refugee camps, like fishing in a dumpster and occasionally hooking a golden trophy. I immediately recruited 10, burned 10 origin crystals, and 100 energy crystals. Results: 2 common quality, 8 inferior quality. No elites, no surprises, no hidden geniuses. Just more hungry mouths. But one of the common recruits is a farmer, useful, and the other is a carpenter named Lou Air with basic woodworking skill. A carpenter. Do you know what this means? Someone can actually build things now. Not system buildings with special effects, just regular wooden structures. But regular wooden structures are exactly what I need because I have way too many people and not enough houses. Even with 5 new cabins, I still can't fit everyone. This guy is going to build houses until his hands fall off. With love. And overtime pay. There is no overtime pay. I put Zhang Shun in charge of integrating the new refugees. Cook Shuang Ernie started making food for the newcomers. Once everyone's fed, it's straight to lumber duty. Now, loot from the battle. My elite spearmen collected everything. 925 energy crystals. Nice. 95 origin crystals. Getting close to territory upgrade money. 600 food units. My pantry is stacking up. For leather armors from big goblins. All inferior quality with basically 0 defense, and they're big goblin-sized, so my soldiers can't even wear them. Useless. They're just sitting in a pile being disappointing. A bunch of garbage wooden clubs and crappy iron tools. Trash mountain grows. And 60 summoning souls. But 30 of them are goblin-specific and big goblin-specific souls. They can only summon goblins. Now, old me, Pre-talent me. Might have held his nose and recruited goblin soldiers because beggars can't be choosers. But new me? With a talent that turns any soldier into a potential legendary warrior? I am not wasting that on goblins. Goblins are cowardly, filthy, perverted, and stupid. Imagine investing months of training into a goblin only for it to become a slightly less cowardly, slightly less filthy, but equally perverted elite goblin. No thank you. Into storage they go, emergency only. The other 30 souls were more interesting. 12 random soldier souls, 18 random civilian souls. Time for another gotcha session. Soldier pull 1, 5 souls sword and shield soldiers. 5 human sword and shield troops. Finally something different. These guys carry half-body wooden shields and iron swords. Constitution 1.3, basic blade technique, specialized in defense. They're tanks. I can pair them with my spearmen. Shields up front absorbing hits, spears stabbing over the top from behind. An actual combined arms formation. And most importantly, they can block arrows. If ranged enemies show up tomorrow, I'm no longer completely helpless. Soldier pull 2, 5 souls, 5 more skeleton soldiers. Of course, the bone factory never stops producing. Soldier pull 3, 2 souls 2. Eagles. Goshawk, race. Beast, Eagle clan constitution, 1.5 skill. Eagle eye, enhanced long-range vision, wingspan. Over 2 meters flying units. I have Air Force now. These birds are huge, nearly 3 feet tall with razor claws that could grab a goblin, fly it up to the sky, and drop it like a green water balloon. Their combat stats aren't amazing, and Eagle Eye is just a scouting skill. But who cares? They fly. If flying monsters attack my base, these eagles can intercept them and stall while my arrow towers do the real damage. That's been my biggest fear since day one, and now I have an answer. Plus, aerial scouts. They can fly above the territory and spot incoming threats from miles away. My detection range just went from whatever my skeleton patrol can see to literally the entire surrounding area from the sky. I may have gotten a little emotional about 2 birds. Don't tell anyone. Civilian pull, 18 souls, 6 common quality, 12 inferior. Among the commons, another cook, 2 more farmers, a blacksmith with basic forging skill, a mason, and a lumberjack. My territory just got a whole workforce. Let me break down my little economy now. The blacksmith can only make simple farm tools right now. No weapons, and I don't have a smithy building. But once he levels up his skill, future weapon factory. The mason and carpenter together can build proper structures. Wood plus stone equals real houses instead of tent living. The lumberjack has a tree cutting skill, but showed up without an AXE. Buddy, you're a lumberjack. That's literally your one tool. You had one job to bring one thing, and you brought nothing. Welcome to my territory. You'll fit right in. Since nobody has proper tools yet, I assign my skeleton warriors to tree cutting duty. They've got iron swords now and superhuman strength. They can chop trees way faster than any civilian. The skeletons are basically my construction crew's power tools. Tireless, obedient, and they don't need lunch breaks. Within hours, my territory was buzzing with activity. Skeletons chopping trees at the edge of the territory. Civilians hauling logs back to camp. The carpenter and mason building wooden shacks. 2 cooks working a fire pit. Farmers tending the vegetable garden. Eagles circling overhead. Soldiers training in formation. I stood in the middle of all of it and had a moment. 3 days ago, I was one guy with a straw hut and a stick fence. Now I've got a small village with specialized workers, an elite military, aerial reconnaissance, defensive emplacements, agriculture, and a functioning economy. And somewhere in my inventory, 1 hero summoning soul, waiting to be used. But that's for next chapter. A man's gotta savor the moment. Alright, the moment. The hero summoning soul. My first ever hero. This could change everything. I walked up to the altar, heart pounding, palms sweating, dumped in 100 energy crystals, and hit summon. White light. Portal opens. A figure steps through. General Kong Xiao, reporting for duty, my lord. A man in basic armor dropped to 1 knee. Human, decent build, holding. Nothing. He came unarmed. My first hero showed up to work without his equipment. Already off to a fantastic start. Let me check his stats before I react. Hero, Kong Xiao quality. Common, 0 out of 100, level, 1, 0 out of 100, constitution, 5 spirit. 1 skills. Expert spear technique, 5/1, 000. Basic command, 500/1, 000. Loyalty, 60 talent. None description. Kong Xiao, guard commander of Dongling Pass under Cao Cao during the Three Kingdoms period, was killed by Guan Yu in a single exchange. Having been resurrected, he has sworn that if he ever sees anyone carrying a weapon resembling a green dragon crescent blade, he will run the other way. Unless he can win, then he will absolutely beat them to death. I stared at the description for a full 30 seconds. My first hero is the guy from Romance of the Three Kingdoms who existed for one paragraph. His entire historical purpose was to stand in Guan Yu's way. Say, show me your papers. Get angry when Guan Yu didn't have papers. Try to fight. And then get cut down in a single sword swing. 1 round. 1. The novel literally says, 2 horses met. Only 1 exchange. The steel blade rose, and Kong Xiao's corpse fell from his horse. That's his entire biography. He's the dictionary definition of a minor character. He's the guard who dies in the opening scene of ancient Chinese literature. He's NPC 47 that the main character kills on the way to the real boss. Good news. He's a historical figure. Bad news. His claim to fame is dying instantly. His constitution is 5, which sounds okay until you realize some elite soldiers have better stats. My guy is technically a hero, but his body is basically a well-built soldier. I'm starting to think the only reason the universe classified him as a hero is because Guan Yu, the god of war, killed him personally. Getting one shot by the most famous warrior in Chinese history apparently counts as a resume achievement. Killed by Guan Yu is the ancient equivalent of met a celebrity once, but, and I'm really trying to find the silver lining here, let me be fair to Kong Xiao. Looking at the novel more carefully, Kong Xiao wasn't actually stupid. When Guan Yu showed up at his gate, Kong Xiao was polite, respectful even. He asked reasonable questions. Where are you going? Do you have authorization papers? No. Then let me send word to the Prime Minister for confirmation. That's responsible gatekeeping. He was doing his job. He only escalated when Guan Yu refused to wait and things got heated. He even had the tactical sense to retreat behind his gate, rally his troops, put on armor, and ride out with backup. He knew he couldn't take Guan Yu one-on-one, so he tried to use numbers. Unfortunately, Guan Yu doesn't care about your numbers. Guan Yu is a golden legendary tier monster who slaughters entire armies before breakfast. Kong Xiao could have brought 1,000 soldiers, and the result would have been the same. The man didn't lose because he was weak. He lost because his opponent was absurdly overpowered. That's not embarrassing. That's just bad matchmaking. So, loyal, dutiful, tactically aware, reasonable temperament, decent combat skill. Just horribly, cosmically unlucky in his choice of opponents. Honestly, relatable. I too am a mediocre person facing impossible odds. We're kindred spirits, Kong Xiao and I. His real value is that basic command skill. He can actually lead troops, organize formations, circle formation, square formation, fish scale formation, and boost everyone's attack and defense by 10%. His command experience is at 500, meaning he can lead 500 soldiers. That's way more than I have right now. So he's not going to hit that ceiling anytime soon. This means I can finally stop micromanaging every fight. Kong Xiao takes over battlefield command, arranges the troops, calls the shots during combat, and I can focus on territory development, strategy, and not dying. I've been doing the jobs of Lord, General, Drill Instructor, and Frontline Fighter. Now I can delegate at least 2 of those. He showed up without a weapon though, not even a stick. My hero arrived to his new job empty-handed. So I handed him my own iron spear. General Kong, things are tough here in the early days. Use this spear for now. We'll get you something better when we can. Yes, that's all he said. Yes. Then he just stood there, silent, staring at nothing. Right. Common quality hero. His intelligence is better than my soldiers. He can think, strategize, and command, but his personality is about as lively as a wet towel. Most of his past life memories are gone. He doesn't remember being Kong Xiao, doesn't remember Cao Cao, doesn't remember the Three Kingdoms. He just has basic world knowledge implanted by the summoning system, some residual combat instincts, and apparently one very specific phobia of crescent moon-shaped blades, which is hilarious. Out of all his memories, the one thing that survived reincarnation across the multiverse is Green Dragon Blade equals run. Trauma really does transcend dimensions. If he had full memories, he'd probably be loyal to Chow Chow instead of me. So the amnesia is actually a feature, not a bug. He starts fresh, bonds with MY territory, builds new memories here. And with my talent boosting his growth, he'll get smarter, stronger, and more capable over time. Today he's a one-paragraph footnote from a novel. Give me a month, and he'll be a proper general. Heroes do cost 10 times more experience to level up and upgrade quality compared to regular soldiers, though. That's steep. But since my talent makes all that free through combat and training, it's just a matter of time. I looked at Kong Xiao standing there motionlessly, holding my iron spear, staring into the distance with the emotional depth of a parking meter. Welcome to the team, General. I promise not to make you fight anyone with a crescent blade. That. He didn't even respond. We're going to get along great. First order of business. Hand everything military over to Kong Xiao. 10 elite spearmen, 5 sword and shield soldiers, 13 skeleton warriors, 5 skeleton soldiers, 2 eagles. All yours, General. 1 round. Go train them. Figure out how different species fight together, and stop standing there like a mannequin. He took the troops and immediately started organizing drills. I'll give him this. The man might have died in one hit against Guan Yu, but he knows how to run an army. The soldiers were forming up into proper lines within minutes. Finally, I'm not the only brain cell in this territory. Now, about my 5 original elite spearmen, my veterans, my day 1 boys. I tried to funnel as many goblin kills to them as possible during today's fight, but with all the new soldiers needing experience for their evolutions, the kills got spread too thin. Li Si, my star student, only reached 61 out of 100 quality points. Not enough to evolve to rare grade yet. Tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. Hopefully. Speaking of tomorrow, the newbie protection period is over after today. 3 days of level 1 baby goblins, done. Starting tomorrow, the trial ramps up regardless of my territory level. Higher level monsters are coming whether I'm ready or not. Which means it's time to do something I've been dreading. Spending money. I had 637 origin crystals saved up. After 3 days of fighting, looting, and 1 glorious S-rank reward, I'd built up a decent stash. Time to blow through all of it like it's Black Friday and everything's about to expire. Territory. Level 1, Level 2 cost. 100 origin crystals, 200 energy crystals. The moment I hit upgrade, my territory expanded. The radius grew by 20 meters, which quadrupled the total area. Suddenly, my cramped little dirt circle became an actual space where things could breathe. Buildings weren't shoulder to shoulder anymore. There was room for more construction, more farms, more everything. And my straw hut lord's mansion? Gone. Replaced by a small wooden cabin. 30 square meters, 1 bed, 1 desk, 1 chair. It's basically a studio apartment. But compared to the wet cardboard shack I've been calling headquarters for 3 days, it's the Ritz. I'm moving in immediately. No more sharing a cabin with 5 sweaty spearmen. The Lord finally has his own bedroom. This is the peak of luxury. The best part of the territory upgrade. All my capped soldiers instantly leveled up. 10 elite spearmen, level 1, level 2. Stats doubled. 13 skeleton warriors, level 1, level 2. Stats doubled. Just like that, my entire elite force became twice as strong with 0 effort. They'd been sitting at max experience waiting for this unlock, and now they all jumped up simultaneously. It's like uncorking a bottle. Everything that was building up just released. I did notice something about how the experience math works, though. I tried to find exploits, like, what if I evolve quality before leveling up? Does it save experience? And the answer is no. The system recalculates everything when you evolve. Higher level means higher evolution cost. Higher evolution means higher level cost. No shortcuts, no cheats, no loopholes. The talent is strict and fair. Every point of experience is accounted for. I spent about 30 minutes trying to find a math exploit. Past life IT brain really wanted to hack the system. But no, it's airtight. Fine. The talent is already absurdly overpowered. I'll survive without cheating. Now the spending spree. Lord's Altar. Level 2, 100 crystals, 200 energy. Summon rates for elites and heroes improved by a tiny bit. Almost unnoticeably. Cool. Thanks. Very helpful. Arrow Towers X4. Level 2, 160 crystals, 320 energy. Range up 10 meters, damage doubled. Now we're talking. My 4 towers went from annoying mosquito bites to actually painful residences x7. Level 2, 70 crystals, 140 energy. Each house now fits 6 people instead of 4 in 40 square meters. More space, better living. Important management note here. I'm keeping system houses for soldiers only. Civilians get the hand-built wooden houses that my carpenter and mason are constructing. Why? Because if I let civilians live in the nice houses first and then kick them out later for soldiers, their loyalty tanks. Leadership 101. Establish the rules before anyone gets comfortable. Soldiers risk their lives fighting, so they get the better beds. Everyone understands that. But you had nice things and now we're taking them away, causes riots in any world. See, 2 lifetimes of being human actually taught me something useful. Management through consistent policy, not reactive scrambling. Water well, level 2, 50 crystals, 100 energy. More water for more people. Essential. Farmland. Level 2, 10 crystals, 20 energy. 5% more crop yield. Thrilling. The agricultural revolution continues at a glacial pace. Fence. Level 2, 100 crystals, 200 energy. This one I was actually excited about. My fence went from grass connecting twigs to actual wooden poles with proper rope binding. 2 centimeters thick. It won't stop anything serious, but at least goblins can't sneeze it over anymore. My defense perimeter has graduated from suggestion to mild inconvenience. Grand total spent 600 origin crystals and 1,810 energy crystals. Remaining 47 origin crystals. 880 energy crystals. I'm broke again. 3 days of blood, sweat, and goblin guts, and I spent it all in 20 minutes. Every single crystal gone, just to upgrade what I already had to level 2. And this is with only a handful of buildings. High-level lords have thousands of buildings in their territories. The upgrade costs must be astronomical. No wonder origin crystals are never enough. It's like trying to fill a swimming pool with a teaspoon. And regular lords without my talent? They'd have to spend crystals on soldier upgrades too. That's the real killer. Building upgrades plus soldier upgrades plus hero upgrades, all competing for the same limited crystal supply. Most newbie lords can't keep up. Their territory falls behind. Their soldiers can't match the increasing monster difficulty. Casualties pile up, ratings drop, crystal income shrinks, and the whole thing spirals into failure. No wonder most people don't pass the trial. But me? My soldiers train for free. Every crystal goes to buildings and territory. That's my edge. It's not flashy. It doesn't look impressive on paper. But it's the difference between keeping pace with the difficulty curve and drowning under it. The rich kids with Golden Lord hearts? Sure, their day 1 was probably more impressive than my entire first 3 days combined. But they also have more buildings, higher quality buildings, and everything costs more to upgrade. The math scales on both sides. I'm a slow starter, but I'm catching up. Every day my soldiers get stronger for free. Every day the experience gap between me and the elites shrinks a little more. They sprint. I marathon. Give me time. Just give me time. Day 4 morning. Recruited 20 more refugees from the camp. All mediocre. Handed them to Zhang Shun and immediately forgot about them. I'm running a factory now. Refugees come in, get fed, get assigned jobs. Done. No time for individual attention when you're managing a population explosion. Kong Xiu spent the whole night training, because apparently being killed by Guan Yu in your first life gives you insomnia and a strong work ethic, and his skills each went up a point. His loyalty jumped to 72. The man trained for 8 hours straight without being asked and thought, you know what? This lord is all right. Low bar, Kong Xiu. Low bar. But I'll take it. Then the monsters showed up, and I nearly choked on my breakfast. Wolves. Not goblins. Wolves. Massive wolves, shoulder height of 1 meter, over 2 meters long, snarling and drooling like they haven't eaten since the universe began. And behind the regular wolves? Giant wolves. Elite tier, shoulder height of 1.5 meters, built like furry tanks. Any single one of these things could tear through yesterday's goblins like tissue paper. If I were a normal lord with only common-grade soldiers, this would be a disaster. Even with arrow towers, the casualties would be brutal. Thankfully, the trial was merciful enough to send them in waves instead of all at once. 10 waves total. First wave, 50 regular wolves plus 1 giant wolf, splitting from 4 directions. Time for actual military tactics. I deployed everything. This wasn't stand behind the fence and poke things. This was full battle formation, multiple fronts, coordinated assault. Front, 25 wolves, 1 giant wolf, Kong Xiu leading 10 elite spearmen in tight formation. The main hammer. Left flank, 10 wolves, 5 sword and shield soldiers on defense, and me behind them with a bow. That's right, I went sniper mode. Pulled out my alloy bow and started picking off wolves from behind the shield wall. Right flank, 10 wolves, 13 skeleton warriors plus 5 skeleton soldiers. Bone brigade, go crush. Rear, 5 wolves, 2 eagles. Just 2 eagles. The eagles were spectacular. They dove from the sky like feathery missiles, grabbed wolves by the back with razor talons, flew them 100 meters straight up, and dropped them. The wolves hit the ground like green-blooded water balloons. Wait, wrong species, like regular bloody water balloons, splattering everywhere with ruptured organs. Then the eagles swooped back down and grabbed 2 more. The last wolf tried to run. I had an arrow tower shoot it. No mercy for deserters. My Air Force has a 100% kill rate, and their combat strategy is gravity. I love these birds. On my side, I was actually having fun. First arrow, drilled straight through a wolf's neck. Dead before it hit the ground. Second arrow, third arrow. By the time the wolves reached my shield wall, I'd already killed 3. The sword and shield soldiers locked down the remaining 7, tanking bites and claws while I kept plinking arrows into wolf skulls from behind. 7 more kills. Clean sweep. My experience jumped to 96 out of 100. For more kills, and I level up. But I've got to be careful. My territory is only level 2 now, so I can't exceed level 2 myself. Should be fine since I just upgraded, but still. Monitoring closely. Right side went exactly as planned. The skeleton soldiers were basically useless. Wolves were slapping them apart like Lego sets. Bones flying everywhere. But the skeleton warriors handled business. 13 warriors versus 10 wolves. 3 wolves got double-teamed and died fast, which freed up 6 warriors to help finish off the rest. Total skeleton warrior losses, 0 deaths, some broken bones that they don't care about because they're skeletons. And the main front? Beautiful. Kong Xiu charged the giant wolf personally. Hero versus elite beast, 1-on-1. And you know what? Kong Xiu won in just a few moves. Say what you want about the man's historical track record. Against anything that isn't a legendary god of war, he can actually fight. The giant wolf got poked full of holes and died looking confused. Meanwhile, the 10 elite spearmen in formation were a meat grinder. Wolves charged in, hit a wall of synchronized iron spears, and died in rows. First thrust, for dead. Second thrust, 3 more. The remaining wolves tried to flank, got blocked by the formation, died in the next round. Some wolves tried jumping over the formation, which is where my eagles dove in and intercepted them midair. Claws meet claws, except one pair has wings and the other is now falling from a great height. The wolves learned real fast. Don't jump. The sky belongs to the birds. 3 wolves from the first wave escaped and joined the main pack. Then wave 2 hit. Then wave 3. Each wave was manageable because I could concentrate my full force against smaller groups instead of being overwhelmed all at once. But wave 10, the final wave, 50 elite giant wolves, plus leftover survivors from previous waves, all at once, all charging straight at my base. This was the real fight. Shield soldiers up front, bracing for impact. Spearmen right behind, thrusting over the shields. Skeletons on both flanks. Eagles overhead. Kong Xiu roaming wherever the line was weakest. Me raining arrows from behind. All 4 arrow towers on full blast, prioritizing giant wolves. The giant wolves hit hard. Every tackle made my shield soldiers' arms shake. Their claws were devastating. Skeleton soldiers got 1 shot, skeleton warriors lost limbs. Even elite spearmen were getting pushed back. 1 bite from a giant wolf could crush a shield. Kong Xiu was everywhere at once. Shield soldier about to get overwhelmed? Kong Xiu charges in, spear through the wolf's side. Skeleton warrior about to lose its head? Kong Xiu slides in, deflects the claw, counterattacks. The man was earning every point of that rising loyalty score. I burned through arrows like they were free, which they're not. But survival isn't the time for budgeting. 30 minutes of absolute chaos. Wolves howling, bones snapping, spears clanging, arrows thudding, eagles screaming, towers firing. It was the most intense half hour of both my lifetimes. And then, silence. The last wolf fell. Day 4 rating. A enemies. 500 level. 2 wolves 60 level. 2 elite giant wolves defense. Minor damage basic rewards. 300 origin crystals, 1000 energy crystals bonus. 300 origin crystals, 1000 energy crystals, 10 farmlands, 1 fireball tower, 10 farmlands. My food problem is solved. With 10 farms plus the one I already have, I can feed an army and have leftovers. No more rationing compressed biscuits. No more, how many mouths can we feed today math. Just food. Glorious, abundant, system-buffed food. And a fireball tower. Not a wooden arrow tower. A tower that shoots fireballs. That's a massive upgrade in defensive firepower. Arrows tickle giant wolves. Fireballs. Fireballs make them into the barbecue. Day 4 was the hardest fight so far, and also the most rewarding. My army held. My strategy worked. My hero earned his keep. My eagles proved they're the MVP species. And my skeleton soldiers proved they're excellent at absorbing damage by falling apart dramatically. Nobody died. Everything hurts. But nobody died. 26 days to go. That fight was rough. Let me give you the damage report because it wasn't pretty. My 5 sword and shield soldiers? Wrecked. They stood on the front line, tanking giant wolf tackles with their bodies and shields, and they paid for it. All 5 are severely injured. The worst part? Because they were focused on blocking, they barely killed anything, so they don't have enough experience to evolve. And evolution heals all injuries. So they're stuck at common grade with busted arms and bitten up everything. And I have no medic, just some basic bandages and ointment I brought from home. They'll be on the bench for a while. Note to self, get a healer. Somehow. Before someone actually dies. My elite spearmen, though, oh, they feasted. Protected behind the shield wall, they stabbed wolves all day long and racked up mountains of experience. Every regular wolf gave 2 points. Every giant wolf gave 4 points. My original 5 veterans, the day 1 boys, filled up everything. Level experience? Full. Quality evolution bar? Full. They're ready. I didn't waste a single second. Called all 5 over and hit evolve. White light. Growing taller. Armor reforming. Weapons reshaping. Elite Spearman Legion Lancer. Lee C quality. Rare 0/1 000. Level 2. 58 out of 100. Constitution 9.6 Spirit. 4 skills. Expert Spear Technique 2/10 000. Formation 2100. Loyalty 109.6 Constitution. That's nearly 10 times a normal human. My boy Lee C went from slightly above average guy with a pointy stick to 6'3" armored killing machine with a 10-foot steel lance. Their armor is proper. Heavy infantry gear now. Their spears are 3 meters of gleaming steel, and when they stand in formation together, they look like something out of a war movie poster. The formation skill got upgraded too. More soldiers, stronger buff, better coordination. 5 Legion Lancers in formation could probably hold off a small army. The bad news. The experience requirements just exploded. Rare quality needs 1,000 points to evolve to the next tier. 1,000. Compared to Elite's 100, that's a 10 times jump. These Lancers aren't evolving again anytime soon. But honestly, rare grade soldiers on day 4 of the trial? I'm not complaining. Most lords don't get rare quality troops for months. I did learn something interesting about how evolution works versus regular leveling. When you level up, only the level experience resets. Quality progress stays untouched. But when you evolve quality, the entire state gets reset. Injuries heal, weapons regenerate, and any leftover experience gets redistributed. Filling level first, then overflow goes to quality. It's like a full system reboot. Clean and efficient. So no exploits there either. My IT brain keeps looking for bugs, and the system keeps being annoyingly well-designed. Respect. Now, the skeleton warriors. They maxed their level experience during the fight and are building quality points again, but they're not ready to evolve yet. Getting there though. The 5 newer skeleton soldiers got absolutely demolished by the wolves. Like, physically taken apart. Bones scattered across the battlefield like a jigsaw puzzle someone threw at a wall. But thanks to Kong Xiao and me pulling them out whenever they were about to, die. None of them actually perished. After the battle, I literally had to pick up their bones off the ground and reassemble them. Just snapping femurs back into hip sockets, clicking ribs back together, screwing skulls back on spines. Like building IKEA furniture from hell. They're held together with string and stubbornness now. 2 working legs each, barely mobile, looking like they survived a car crash on a highway made of teeth. But they did kill a few wolves before getting dismantled, so they all hit level 2. Silver lining? The 2 eagles also leveled up to 2, getting bigger and meaner. My air force is scaling nicely. Kong Xiu hit level 2 as well. Not enough quality experience to evolve yet, but the man is impressed with how fast everyone's growing. His loyalty shot up to 90. He watched common soldiers become elite in 2 days and elite become rare in 2 more. No origin crystals spent. No expensive treasures consumed. Just fighting and training. For a military man, that's like watching magic. His attitude went from, yes, emotionless grunt, to, yes, my lord, slightly emotional grunt. Progress. And me, I also hit level 2, which means I officially count as a real lord now, not a newborn. And I unlocked my first lord skill. Inspect. See basic information about monsters. The stronger I am relative to them, the more detail I get. Can't inspect anything more than 5 levels above me. Finally, no more guessing what monsters can do based on how ugly they look. From now on, I can actually scout enemy abilities before the fight starts. This is essential for later when monsters stop being bite and claw wolves and start being shoots acid from their eyes while teleporting nightmares. Now the loot. The A rank rewards gave me 600 origin crystals total, which completely refunded yesterday's spending spree plus a little extra. The cycle continues. Spend everything upgrading, fight monsters, earn it all back, spend it again. The hamster wheel of territory management. System rewards included 10 farmland plots and 1 fireball tower. 10 farms. That's nearly 2 acres of system-enhanced agricultural land. Built them all immediately for 100 energy crystals. Combined with my existing farm, food production is now serious business. My refugee farmers are going to be busy, but at least nobody's going hungry anymore. And the fireball tower. Oh, the fireball tower. Fireball tower, quality, fine green grade. Range, 50 meters rate of fire, every 3 seconds damage. 100 at center, area effect out. To 3 meters ammo. 100 fireballs, 1 energy crystal per refill. Can target air units. This isn't some wimpy wooden arrow tower that needs 15 shots to kill a wolf. This thing launches fireballs. Explosive, area of effect, magical fireballs. 1 shot, and a whole cluster of enemies goes up in flames. It hits ghosts and spirits too, because it's magical damage. Against swarms of weak enemies, which is literally what the newbie trial throws at you most of the time. This is a lawnmower. I immediately upgraded it to level 2 for 100 origin crystals and 200 energy crystals. Had to. Non-negotiable. A green-grade defense tower is worth the investment. Level 2 fireball tower, 60-meter range, 300 center damage, 2.5 second fire rate, 300 damage at the center. My arrow towers do 100 damage per shot with a 1-second fire rate, but single target only. The fireball tower does triple damage in an area every 2.5 seconds. Against a crowd of 50 charging wolves, 1 fireball kills the front row. Second fireball kills the second row. By the time they reach my soldiers, half the pack is already on fire. I stood there looking at my defense line, 4 arrow towers and 1 fireball tower arranged around the Lord's mansion, and for the first time since this trial started, I felt genuinely safe. Day 4 summary. Army evolved to rare grade. Food problem solved forever. Got a fireball tower. Learned to see enemy stats. Kong Xiu's loyalty at 90, and nobody died. Not bad for a white medium-grade lord with a participation trophy heart. 26 days left. Bring the wolves. Bring the giants. Bring whatever you've got. I've got a fireball tower, and I'm not afraid to use it. Loot collection time. My soldiers came back dragging a mountain of stuff. 2,134 energy crystals. 314 origin crystals. Piles of wolf meat, wolf skin, wolf teeth, and regular food. The wolf skins could make leather armor. If I had a tailor and a tailor's workshop. Don't have either. Into storage. Wolf teeth could make arrowheads or jewelry. If my blacksmith had an actual smithy and better skills. He doesn't. Into storage. My inventory is becoming a warehouse of things that would be useful if I had other things I don't have. Now, the summoning souls. Only 70 this time, which is a big drop from the previous days. School taught us this would happen. After the newbie protection period, drop rates fall off a cliff. Makes sense. If souls kept raining like candy forever, everyone would pass the trial, and it wouldn't be a trial at all. Also, my difficulty is apparently higher than normal because I've been performing too well. 2 A ranks, 1 S rank, a dozen buildings. The system looked at my record and went, "Oh, you think you're good? Here's more wolves. Thanks." I hate it. Out of the 70 souls, 30 were wolf-specific, useless for now, and 40 were random. Of those 40, a whopping 30 were soldier souls, and 3 were green elite-grade souls. Quality is making up for quantity today. Time for a massive summoning session. 5 pulls. Let's go. Pull 1. 10 soldier souls, sword and shield soldiers, x 10. 10 more shield boys. Combined with my original 5, who are currently held together with bandages and prayers, that's 15 total. Enough to form a proper shield wall. A real, full-width, you shall not pass, wall of wood and iron. Tomorrow's monsters are going to charge at my base and hit a living barricade. Pull 2. 10 soldier souls, archers, x 10. I literally pumped my fist in the air. Ranged units. Finally, after 4 days of praying for something, anything, that can shoot, the gotcha gods have answered. 10 human archers. Basic bow skill, standard stats. Each one carrying 30 iron-tipped arrows. They're not fancy, but they shoot things from far away, which is something my entire army of stabbers and slashers has been completely unable to do. Today's battle proved how critical ranged attacks are. I was the only ranged fighter on the field, and I was taking out wolves left and right from behind a shield wall. Imagine 10 of me doing that. Actually, imagine 10 archers who will get better every fight thanks to my talent, eventually becoming elite sharpshooters, then rare marksmen, then who knows what. The kill efficiency of ranged units is way higher than melee fighters too. Archers can start shooting before enemies even reach the front line. Every wolf killed at range is a wolf my melee soldiers don't have to bleed for. In terms of experience farming, archers will level up faster because they can rack up kills more safely. Only downside, arrows are limited. Each archer has 30 arrows. They can pick them up after battle, but wooden shafts break against tough enemies. Add my 100 steel arrows, and it's still not a lot. I desperately need a blacksmith workshop so my smith can start mass-producing arrowheads. Another item on the stuff I need but don't have list. That list is getting long. Pull 3, 7 soldier souls, skeleton soldiers, x 7 more skeletons. Again, at this point I'm starting to wonder if I have some kind of spiritual connection to the undead. Day 1, 5 skeletons. Day 2, 8. Day 3, 5. Day 4, 7. Total skeleton count, 25. They're my single largest troop type. I have more bone men than anything else. Am I accidentally building a necromancer's army? Is the universe trying to tell me something? Should I just lean into the undead thing and rename my territory Bone Zone? The real problem is still the long-term loyalty issue. Right now they're dumb and obedient. But my talent will keep leveling them up, and smart undead hate living things. At 25 skeletons and counting, this isn't a, maybe someday, problem anymore. I need to actually start thinking about solutions. Anti-betrayal measures, loyalty binding items, containment strategies. Or I could just keep using them as cannon fodder and let natural attrition handle the numbers. War is the ultimate downsizing tool. Pull 4, 3 elite souls light cavalry x 3. 3 armored riders came trotting through the portal on war horses. Leather armor, long spears, sabers on the hip, bows on the back. The horses have 3 constitution and can hit 60 kilometers per hour at full charge. These soldiers look like they actually belong in a real army instead of my ragtag collection of stick pokers and bone rattlers. Let me gush about cavalry for a second because these guys are elite even among elites. There is no such thing as a common grade cavalryman. Every cavalry unit in existence starts at elite grade minimum because only true elites can qualify for mounted combat. They have 3 skills right out of the gate: spear, blade, and archery, all with decent starting experience. Their constitution is already 2.0 before you count the horse. And they're versatile. Charge for devastating impact, ranged harassment with bows, close combat with sabers. One cavalry charge at full gallop could kill a giant wolf instantly. The momentum alone would punch a spear clean through anything short of a fortress wall. And these are just light cavalry. The starting tier. Higher quality cavalry can apparently fly, tunnel through mountains, and smash through magical barriers. Cavalry scales from terrifying to reality-breaking and never stops being relevant. Getting cavalry on my first elite pull, my luck decided to show up fashionably late, but wearing a tuxedo. Pull 5, 10 random civilian souls refugees x 10 more mouths to feed. Standard refugees. Don't care. Put them to work. Next. So let me take stock of my army now. 5 Legion Lancers, rare grade. My absolute best 5 elite spearmen, 15 sword and shield soldiers, 5 injured. 10 archers, brand new, very excited. 3 light cavalry, elite grade, very excited. 13 skeleton warriors, elite. 25 skeleton soldiers, various conditions, some literally held together with string. 2 eagles, 1 hero. Kong Xiu plus a growing civilian population of farmers, cooks, carpenters, blacksmiths, masons, lumberjacks, and general-purpose refugees. For days ago I had a straw hut and a dream. Now I have a multi-species combined arms military force with infantry, ranged, cavalry, aerial, and undead divisions, supported by magical defense towers, a functioning agricultural economy, and a hero commander who's rapidly approaching, actually competent, status. The trial is only getting harder from here. But so am I. Quick update on civilians first. The new batch of refugees included another carpenter, a farmer, a mason, and, get this, a weaver. Someone who can make cloth from raw materials. My territory now has every basic profession covered. We're like a tiny medieval city that materialized out of nowhere in 5 days. Zhang Shun is managing them all, and honestly, he's killing it. He even learned a management skill through my talent. My refugee foreman is becoming an actual administrator. Started from nothing, now he's middle management. The corporate ladder exists even in the Chaos Sea. Oh, and those 30 wolf summoning souls. Not using them. Wolves are wild, aggressive, eat meat, and will attack my civilians and other soldiers if I summon them without a beast tamer and taming facility. Imagine summoning 10 savage wolves into a territory full of scared refugee farmers and fragile skeleton soldiers. That's not an army upgrade. That's a nature documentary gone wrong. Into storage until I get the proper infrastructure. Day 5. More wolves. 600 regular wolves plus 100 giant wolves. 700 total. The numbers just keep climbing. This time they didn't bother with the polite, test your defenses, approach. All 4 sides, simultaneous assault. Full blitz. Time for the full military playbook. Front. 5 shield soldiers, 5 Legion Lancers. The iron wall backed by the iron spears. Left. 5 shield soldiers, 5 elite spearmen. Defensive stance, hold the line. Right. Kong Xiu, 3 light cavalry. The hammer. Rear. All skeletons. The expendable zone. Center. Me 10 archers, rotating support. Eagles overhead. And this is where the cavalry earned their rent. Kong Xiu led the 3 horsemen in a thundering charge into the right flank's wolf pack, and it was like watching a bowling ball hit pins. Wolves flew. Spears punched through skulls at 60 kilometers per hour. The cavalry looped around, charged again, looped, charged. Combined with archer volleys raining arrows from the center, the right side was cleared first. Then the cavalry swung to the front, hit the wolves from behind, while my lancers held them from the front. Sandwich formation. Wolf pancakes. Front cleared. Then both forces combined to crush the left side's remaining wolves. The rear, though? Yeah, that was ugly. The newer skeleton soldiers were just too weak. Giant wolves were swatting them apart like piñatas, and I was so focused on directing the left flank that I didn't notice until 5 of my 7 newest skeletons were destroyed. Just gone. Bones everywhere. 2 survivors barely holding on with half their bodies missing. The only reason they technically survived is because wolves aren't smart enough to specifically bite the skull where the soul fire lives. If these had been intelligent enemies targeting the head, all 7 would be permanently dead. Lucky break for my unlucky bone boys. Still, casualties stayed below the threshold for a good rating because my total population is so large now that 7 skeletons barely moves the percentage needle. Day 5 rating. A basic. 500 origin crystals, 1,500 energy crystals bonus. 500 origin crystals, 1,500 energy crystals. Blacksmith workshop, tailor shop, a blacksmith workshop. The thing I've been begging for. I built it so fast I might have broken a speed record. 50 energy crystals, boom, it's up. Immediately upgraded it to level 2 for another 50 origin crystals and 100 energy crystals because I am not waiting around for slow forging speeds. My blacksmith rushed inside like a kid on Christmas morning. First job, repair all the damaged shields and weapons. Second job, arrows. All the arrows. The workshop can produce 30 iron-tipped wooden arrows per energy crystal or 10 pure iron arrows per crystal. Within half a day, he'd repaired everything and cranked out 200 fresh arrows. My archers will never run dry again. Well, as long as I have energy crystals, which I do. Finally, something works out perfectly. The tailor shop was the second reward. Built it, assigned the weaver, and immediately ordered new clothes for everyone in the territory. Every civilian, every soldier, everyone gets a fresh outfit. Cost me about 100 energy crystals, but the loyalty boost from the civilians was worth it. They looked at me like I was Santa Claus. He gave US clothes. New clothes. Not rags. Actual pants. The bar for happiness is underground in this territory, and I love it. Now, troop updates. My 10 elite spearmen are all level 2 with full experience. Getting close to quality evolution, but not quite there yet. Almost. Skeleton warriors are falling behind. They're just not killing enough enemies compared to the other troops. Their quality evolution is lagging. The newer skeletons? 5 destroyed, 2 barely alive. 7 from day 3 are still recovering from yesterday's injuries. My skeleton division is basically a field hospital made of bones. Shield soldiers. The original 5 are still injured from day 4. Didn't fight today. The 10 new ones. 6 got wrecked by wolves on the front line. 4 managed to grab some kills by following the cavalry and sniping leftovers. Those 4 hit level 2. The 6 injured ones are benched. My shield division is 60% wounded. I need a healer. Now the good news, my eagles evolved. Both hit their quality cap, and I evolved them into hunting hawks. Constitution, 6. Body height, 2 meters. Wingspan, over 5 meters. New skill, razor talents. They can now grab a giant wolf and fly it into the sky. They went from big scary birds to flying dinosaurs that kidnap wolves. After evolving, they did happy loops in the air and then gently rubbed their beaks against my hand. Big murder birds showing affection is simultaneously adorable and terrifying. I love them. I'm naming them later. They've earned names. Archers all hit level 2 but ran out of arrows toward the end of the battle, so their kill counts weren't high enough for quality evolution yet. Now that the smithy is producing arrows non-stop, this won't be a problem anymore. Tomorrow they'll have unlimited ammo and unlimited growth potential. The 3 light cavalry are all level 2 now, grinding toward level 3. Elite grade troops need 100 experience per level, so they're not quite there. But they were the MVP performers of today's battle by far. Highest kill counts, fastest clears, most impactful. Cavalry is everything they promised and more. Kong Xiao, level 2, skills improving daily, spear technique getting scary good. His loyalty is climbing steadily. The man who died in one hit to Guan Yu is slowly becoming an actual military commander worth respecting. Character development arc in progress. Day 5 status. Territory has a functioning economy with blacksmithing, tailoring, farming, cooking, construction, and carpentry. Military has infantry, ranged, cavalry, aerial, and undead divisions. Defensive grid includes 4 arrow towers and 1 fireball tower. 5 days down. 25 to go. And my soldiers are getting stronger every single day without costing me a crystal. This is how you win a war of attrition. Not with the biggest army, but with the army that never stops growing. Loot haul. 3,324 energy crystals, 425 origin crystals, mountains of wolf meat, skins, teeth, and food. The usual post-apocalyptic garage sale. Summoning souls. 80 total, but the drop rate keeps tanking. Regular wolves are basically dropping nothing now. The giant wolves are carrying the entire loot economy on their furry dead backs. 40 wolf-specific souls went straight to storage. Still no beast tamer. Still don't want rabid wolves eating my farmers. 2 of them are elite giant wolf souls though, which hurts to waste, but I literally cannot use them safely. Imagine summoning a giant wolf next to Zhuang Ernie while she's cooking lunch. Nobody's eating that day. Or ever again. The other 40 randoms were actually great quality. 35 soldier souls including 4 elites, plus 5 civilian souls including 1 elite. Let's roll. Pull 1, 10 soldier souls, 10 spearmen. Reliable. Boring. Welcome aboard. Pull 2, 10 soldier souls, 10 sword and shield soldiers. Perfect. I've got wounded shields everywhere. This patches my defensive line right up. 15 healthy shield soldiers ready to get between wolves and my squishy archers. Pull 3, 10 soldier souls, 10 archers. 20 archers total now. My range division just doubled. Combined with the blacksmith pumping out arrows non-stop, I'm building a legitimate firing line. Tomorrow's wolves are going to run into a wall of arrows before they even smell my base. Pull 4, 4 elite 1 common soldier souls in here. I thought I'd finally broken the curse. 3 straight human pulls. Maybe the universe finally stopped sending me bones. Maybe 4 skeleton warriors, 1 skeleton soldier. The curse. Lives. I stared at the 4 bony warriors and 1 bony recruit stepping through the portal, and I swear one of them rattled its jaw at me like it was laughing. I would have preferred getting the skeletons in pulls 1 to 3 and getting elite human soldiers in pull 4. An elite human cavalry or an elite archer squad would have been incredible. Instead, I got more bones. Always more bones. My territory is slowly becoming a cemetery that fights back. Whatever. They're here. They're undead. They're going to training. Moving on before I scream. Now the civilian pulls. For regular refugees, nothing special, don't care. But the elite soul. Dr. Li Shiguei quality. Elite talent. Healer's heart. Treatment effectiveness 20% skills. Skilled medicine. 42/1000. Basic pharmacy. 88 100ths. Constitution. 2. Spirit. 3A doctor. With a talent. An actual, real, healing-type person with medical knowledge and a talent that makes him better at it. Do you know how long I've been screaming internally about having no medic? 5 days. 5 days of soldiers getting mauled by wolves, and my medical response being, here's a bandage, walk it off. I have 10 shield soldiers with serious injuries lying in cabins, skeleton. Soldiers literally missing entire limbs, and my previous medical kit was stuff I bought at a pharmacy before the trial. My healthcare system was a guy with 2 lifetimes of knowledge applying band-aids. And now Li Shiguei walks in with actual medical training, knows how to diagnose diseases, treat wounds, identify herbs, and make medicine from plants. He even has a talent that boosts healing by 20%. He's not just a doctor, he's a doctor with a gift. I immediately gave him a cabin as a temporary clinic, assigned several smart civilians as nursing assistants, and shipped every single injured soldier to his care. All my remaining medicine went to him too. The man had basic world knowledge implanted during summoning, so he already understood what my modern medicines do. Within an hour, he was treating patients like he'd been doing it his whole life. Because he has been, in his previous one. Combined with the cabin's natural healing buff and his talent bonus, my wounded soldiers are going to recover in days instead of weeks. Li Shiguei is the most important recruit I've gotten since Kong Xiu. Maybe more important. Kong Xiu kills enemies. Li Shiguei keeps everyone alive to kill enemies tomorrow. Now, let me have a serious moment. Today's battle killed 5 of my skeleton soldiers. Dead. Not. Reassemble the bones. Dead. Gone. Soul fire extinguished. Existence over. Thank you for your service. That's the first real casualties I've taken. And it shook me. I'd been getting cocky. 3 days of easy goblins. 1 day of manageable wolves. S-rank rating. Talent working perfectly. I started thinking I was invincible. Who needs to be careful? My soldiers grow for free. Just keep upgrading the territory. Keep pushing harder. Keep. And then 5 skeletons died because I wasn't watching the back line. Reality check time. Let me look at my army honestly. Total soldiers, 96. Sounds decent until you break it down. Only 5 rare grade, my Legion Lancers. Only 23 elite grade. The rest are all common grade. Only 39 have even reached level 2. Over a dozen shield soldiers are injured. Over a dozen skeletons are broken or destroyed. This is not a strong army. It's better than most normal lords, sure. But compared to the top-tier lords? The ones with Golden Lord hearts who started with legendary barracks on day 1? They probably have hundreds of legendary soldiers, multiple legendary heroes, and territory at level 5 or 6 by now. They're playing a completely different game. My talent is powerful, but it's a late-game talent. It gets exponentially better over time, but time is the key word. Right now, I'm still building momentum. Pushing territory levels too fast means facing monsters my army can't handle, losing soldiers whose growth I invested days into, getting lower ratings, earning fewer crystals, and spiraling into failure. Every year, tons of lords make this exact mistake. They see their power climbing and get greedy. Push one level too many. Suddenly the monsters outscale their troops, casualties mount, and they can't recover. I almost became one of them. So new plan, stop upgrading the territory. Stay at level 2. Let the daily monster waves keep coming at manageable difficulty. Use every fight to grind experience, evolve soldiers, build up my troop quality. Get my common soldiers to elite. Get my elites to rare. Stack up origin crystals for when I DO upgrade. When I finally push to level 3, I want my army to be so overqualified for the difficulty increase that the monsters never stand a chance. Not barely surviving, dominating. Then push to level 4 and do it again. Slow and steady. Build the snowball before you roll it. The biggest bottleneck right now? My weak soldiers can't even fight the current monsters to get experience. Skeleton soldiers can't beat a wolf one-on-one. Wounded shield soldiers can't fight at all. And daily training only gives 1 to 2 experience points, compared to dozens from actual combat. I need to find ways to get my weak soldiers safe kill experience. Let strong soldiers weaken enemies, then have weak soldiers finish them off. Use the shield wall and archers to create safe conditions. Anything to get those quality bars filling up. My talent says, heaven rewards hard work. Time to work harder. Since I'm not upgrading the territory, what do I do with my origin crystals? Easy. Pump them directly into soldier levels. Can't use crystals to upgrade quality though. Tried it. Doesn't work. My talent is called Heaven Rewards Diligence, not Heaven Rewards Spending Money. Quality upgrades only come from killing and training. The talent is very literal about its philosophy. You want better soldiers? Earn it. So I spent about 1,500 crystals speed leveling all my new recruits to level 2 with full experience. The math was brutal. Just a few dozen common soldiers cost over 1,000 crystals to max out 2 measly levels. Now imagine a normal lord trying to level up hundreds of soldiers without my talent. They'd need tens of thousands of crystals just to keep their army competitive. And they also have to spend crystals on quality upgrades, which I get for free. The economy of this world is designed to keep you poor forever. After the spending spree, 500 crystals remaining. Broke again, becoming a financial pattern at this point. Day 6. Early morning attack. These wolves don't even let me finish breakfast anymore. 800 wolves. 150 giant wolves. 950 total enemies swarming from every direction. My territory is a circle with a 40-meter radius. That's over 250 meters of perimeter to defend, with under 100 soldiers. That's roughly 1 soldier per 2.5 meters of front line. Impossible to cover everything. So we collapsed into a tight defensive core around the central buildings. Civilians hiding inside houses. Arrow towers and fireball tower going absolutely berserk. Just non-stop projectiles screaming into wolf faces. My elite and rare troops formed the outer wall. Common soldiers stood behind them for backup stabbing. 20 archers rained death from the center. Kong Xiao and the 3 cavalry served as a rapid reaction force. Charge in wherever the line buckles. Smash a hole in the wolf pack. Retreat to rest. Repeat. The archers were the stars of this battle. They leveled up fast. Ranged units farm experience at insane speed because they start killing before enemies even reach the front line. Within the first 20 minutes, all 10 new archers hit level 2. Then the original 10, my veterans who'd been grinding since day 4, filled their quality bars. I was standing right there watching their experience like a stock trader watching ticker prices. The second someone hit the threshold, you fall back. Evolve. Now, white light. Growing taller. Bows transforming. Archer elite archer. Their basic wooden bows became iron-framed longbows. Range doubled to 100 meters. Arrows automatically refilled to full, and they're all iron arrows now, not the wimpy woodshaft ones that break after 2 shots. They came back immediately and started one-shotting regular wolves. 1 arrow, 1 dead wolf. 3 to 4 arrows for a giant wolf. I had them prioritize the regular wolves, mow down the numbers, thin the herd, reduce pressure on the front line. Let the lancers, cavalry, and Kong Xiu handle the big boys. Then the new archers filled their bars too. 10 more evolutions. 20 elite archers total. 20 elite archers laying down concentrated fire is honestly terrifying. Wolves were dying in waves before they could get within 50 meters. The front line suddenly went from desperate survival to, hey, there's actually fewer wolves hitting us now. I even turned off the arrow towers to save ammunition and let my soldiers steal more kills for experience. When you can afford to turn off your defenses because your archers are killing faster than the towers, you know you're doing something right. Behind the archer line, the regular troops played cleanup. Spearmen, shield soldiers, and skeleton soldiers all grabbed wounded wolves limping through the arrow rain and finished them off. Easy kills, free experience, everyone benefits. But the real headline of day 6? Kong Xiu evolved. He'd been killing wolves all day like a man possessed, slashing through giant wolves left and right, racking up kills faster than anyone else because heroes just hit different. The moment the wolf pressure eased, he went full berserker mode, charging into the remaining pack solo, spears spinning, wolves falling. His quality bar filled. I pulled him back. Hit evolve. Hero, Kong Xiu. Elite grade constitution, 20 spirit, 4 skills. Expert spear technique, 65/10, 000. Intermediate command, 100/1, 000. Military training, 96/1, 000. Loyalty, 120 constitution. The man went from budget soldier pretending to be a hero to actual legitimate warrior. His body stat is now double what my rare grade lancers have. He could arm wrestle a giant wolf and win. But here's what really matters, his skills. Intermediate command. All formations now boost soldier stats by 20% instead of 10%. He can command up to 2,000 soldiers. His tactical repertoire expanded. He's becoming a real general. Military training. This is brand new and it's a game changer. When Kong Xiu personally trains soldiers, they improve faster. Skills level up quicker. Experience gains increase. Read that again. My talent already makes soldiers train for free. Now Kong Xiu has a skill that makes that free training more efficient. It's like putting a turbocharger on a car that already has unlimited fuel. The stacking effect could be absolutely ridiculous. I strongly suspect this skill appeared because of my talent. The system saw what my talent does and went, oh, this hero trains soldiers under a lord who has infinite growth potential? Here's a skill that multiplies it. My talent and Kong Xiu are synergizing like they were designed for each other. I couldn't test the exact numbers mid-battle, so Kong Xiu evolved and went right back to killing wolves. The man's loyalty hit 100 during the evolution, maximum, absolute, unshakable devotion. And now he fights like it. Every spear thrust is cleaner, every command sharper. The wolf pack that came in 950 strong was slowly, methodically, completely annihilated. No retreat for the wolves. No mercy for my soldiers. Just wave after wave breaking against my formation, while archers picked off the stragglers and Kong Xiu personally executed anything that looked like a threat. The man who died in one round to Guan Yu just soloed a field of giant wolves and walked back without a scratch. Character redemption arc. Complete. Big news first. My cavalry evolved mid-battle. Light cavalry, heavy cavalry. Quality. Rare constitution. 8/3 skills. Heavy armor on both rider and horse. These guys went from fast riders with spears to armored battering rams on horseback. When they charged back into the wolf pack, it wasn't even a fight. It was a bowling alley. Wolves launched into the air like furry projectiles. Some died before they even landed. The heavy cavalry didn't slow down, didn't stop, didn't even breathe hard. They just plowed through the entire wolf formation like it was made of cardboard. The wolves completely lost their attack coordination. You could see it. 1 second they're charging in organized waves. Next second there's 3 horses bulldozing through the middle, and suddenly every wolf is running in a different direction looking confused. My frontline soldiers immediately went from barely holding to actually pushing forward. Then I pulled off my master play. See, I had all these common grade soldiers who were too weak to fight wolves head-on. Spearmen, shield soldiers, skeleton soldiers, all still common tier, all basically useless against anything bigger than a goblin. But they all had experience bars close to the quality evolution threshold. They just needed a few kills each. So during the final stretch, when we had the wolves on the run and the danger was minimal, I had my archers specifically wound wolves without killing them. Shoot their legs. Cripple them. Leave them alive but helpless. Then I marched my common soldiers out to the injured wolves and said, finish them. One by one, my weakest troops stabbed half-dead wolves lying on the ground. 5 kills each. Experience bars filled. Evolution time. I even dragged my injured shield soldiers out of the medical cabin. The ones who'd been lying in bed for 2 days with bandages everywhere, propped them up on the battlefield, and had them poke at a dying wolf until it stopped breathing. Quality bar full. Evolve. Injuries healed instantly. Back in action. I basically invented a medical procedure where the treatment is stab a wolf and transform. Revolutionary healthcare. Every single common grade soldier evolved to elite, including the broken skeleton soldiers who were literally held together with rope and prayers. They shuffled onto the field as half-assembled bone puzzles, stabbed a wolf, evolved into skeleton warriors, and walked back with shiny new bodies and full health. Medical miracle of the century. My elite shield soldiers deserve a special mention. Elite sword and shield soldier, Constitution, 5.2, Spirit, 2 skills, skilled blade technique, basic shield mastery, 2 meters tall, iron armor, massive iron shield, iron sword. These tanks can actually hold the line now. Yesterday, they were getting ragdolled by giant wolves. Today, they could probably arm wrestle one to a standstill. The front line just got a lot thicker. Day 6 rating. A basic, 800 origin crystals, 2,000 energy crystals bonus. 800 origin crystals, 2,000 energy crystals, 10 residences, lightning tower, money's back. Baby, my wallet went from starving to stuffed in one battle. 10 more cabins for my ever-expanding population. Soldiers are sleeping in civilian wood shacks right now, which is embarrassing for everyone involved. Built all 10 immediately, upgraded to level 2, problem solved. And the lightning tower. Let me just drool over these specs for a moment. Lightning tower. Level 2 quality. Fine, green grade. Range, 110 meters fire rate. 1.8 seconds damage, for 100 points effect. Paralysis on hit, 400 damage. Single target. With a stun. Every 1.8 seconds. From 110 meters away. A typical elite grade creature has about 20 health points. This tower does 400 damage. That's 20 times their health pool. One-shot annihilation for anything elite or below. Even rare-grade creatures with bulky health pools get chunked to near death in a single bolt. This is my boss killer. Giant wolf alpha charging at my base. Zap. Dead. Special elite monster trying to smash my walls. Zap. Paralyzed, then dead. The fireball tower handles crowds. The arrow towers handle fodder. And the lightning tower handles anything that thinks it's tough. My defensive lineup now, 4 arrow towers, 1 fireball tower, 1 lightning tower. If my territory had a welcome mat, it would say, turn around. Loot from the battlefield. 5,029 energy crystals, 612 origin crystals. I'm becoming genuinely wealthy. Also 80 summoning souls. Drop rate still declining, but quality is going up. 10 elite grade souls this time. Regular soldier pulls gave me 10 spearmen, 10 shield soldiers, 12 more skeleton soldiers. 12 more skeletons. The undead curse continues unbroken. I should just accept my fate and rename myself the Skeleton Lord at this point. My bone army outnumbers every other troop type. If someone ever inspects my territory from a distance, they'll think a necromancer lives here. But the elite pulls. Oh, the elite pulls. 5 hunting hawks. 5 more of my evolved eagles. My air force went from 2 birds to 7 birds. 7 massive hunting hawks circling my territory, each one capable of grabbing a giant wolf and dropping it from orbit. The sky above my base is now a no-fly zone enforced by a squadron of murder birds. And then, something completely new. 3 trents. 5-meter-tall walking trees. Bark armor. Vine whips. Constitution of 4 with a bonus 10-point armor skill on top. These things are basically organic tanks. Living siege towers with anger management issues. Their vine whip can attack and grab enemies. Offense and crowd control in one package. As they level up, they grow more vines. A high-level treant would be a writhing mass of tentacle vines crushing everything within reach while being practically indestructible. The downside? Speed. Or rather, the complete absence of speed. I told one treant to move. It spent 3 minutes pulling its roots out of the ground, then traveled 10 meters in 1 minute. 10 meters. Per minute. A crippled snail on sedatives moves faster. I could crawl there faster. I could grow there faster. I immediately abandoned any plan of using treants as mobile units. They're stationary defense. Living arrow towers that can also grab things with vines. I'll position them at key defensive points and let them root into the ground permanently. But what if I need them somewhere else? The school actually taught us about this. Smart lords build giant flower pots on wheels. Rolling treant transport. Mobile tree warfare. I don't have wheels. Or pots. Or roads. What I do have is an unlimited supply of tireless, complaint-free, never-sleeping skeleton soldiers who can carry heavy things without getting tired. Skeleton transport service. For skeletons per treant. Hoisting the tree monster on their shoulders. Marching it wherever I need it. The treant sits there like a grumpy wooden king being carried on a throne of bones. It's the ugliest, most ridiculous military tactic I've ever conceived, and I love it. My army is evolving from medieval fighting force into fantasy circus with actual combat effectiveness. Day 6 complete. Every common soldier evolved. Full army of elites and above. Lightning Tower online. Air Force expanded. 3 walking trees added to the roster. I'm starting to feel like a real lord now. A weird lord with a bone army and tree soldiers, but a real lord nonetheless. Strategic decision, not upgrading the territory yet. I know, I have the crystals. But here's the thing. The trial has difficulty spikes at specific days. Day 7 is one of them. That's tomorrow. If I upgrade now, the difficulty jumps twice. Once from the natural spike and once from my higher territory level. That's a recipe for dead soldiers and a failed trial. Instead, I'm going to squeeze every last drop out of this current difficulty level. One more day of level 2 wolves. One more day of guaranteed manageable fights. One more day of farming experience and crystals. Then I upgrade everything at once. Territory, buildings, soldiers. And hit day 7 at full power instead of half prepared. The math is simple. A low-level S-rank reward is worth way more than a high-level C-rank reward. Better to dominate easy content than struggle through hard content. Every impatient lord who upgrades too fast learns this lesson the hard way, usually fatally. Now, civilian recruitment. Most of the regular refugees were the usual forgettable crowd, common and inferior quality, assigned to Zhang Shun, immediately forgotten. But the 2 elite souls gave me something interesting. First, a hunter with basic archery. Not as good as my elite archers, but a warm body who can shoot things. Threw him into the archer formation. With my talent, he'll catch up eventually. Today's amateur is tomorrow's legendary sniper. Just needs time and targets. Second, and way more exciting, scholar, Xiao Quan quality. Elite constitution, 1, wet noodle, spirit, 5, galaxy brain, skills, skilled literacy, 42 out of 100, basic strategy, 38 out of 100, loyalty, 60 a scholar. An actual educated person in my territory of illiterates. His spirit stat is 5. That's the highest intelligence of anyone I've recruited, including Kong Xiao. This man has more brain cells than my entire army combined. He can read, write, do paperwork, manage records, and, crucially, he can teach other civilians to read. Do you understand how revolutionary this is? Up until now, my territory management has been me doing everything. Every decision, every resource allocation, every who sleeps where, and how much food do we give who, has been running through my brain. Kong Xiao handles military stuff. Zhang Shun herds the civilians. But the actual thinking? All me. I've been the CEO, CFO, HR department, logistics manager, and IT support of a growing village while also fighting wolves and training soldiers and practicing martial arts. I'm one person doing 12 jobs, and I've been too busy to even realize how insane that is. Xiao Kuang is my first step toward actual administration. I immediately assigned him to work with Zhang Shan. First task, create a census. Document every single person in the territory, name, skills, job assignment, housing, health status. We've got nearly 100 people now, and I honestly couldn't name half of them. That's bad. That's how problems start. Someone gets forgotten, doesn't get fed, loyalty drops. Suddenly there's a revolt in the vegetable garden. His basic strategy skill is fine. It's stuff like flank the enemy and attack their weak point and send scouts first. For anyone who went to school, this is kindergarten-level tactics. I learned more sophisticated strategy playing video games in my past life. But the skill will improve with my talent, and eventually he might become a real strategist. What I'm really excited about is the long-term potential. In this world, there are internal affairs heroes, administrators who manage entire territories with godlike efficiency. They reduce waste, prevent crime, boost productivity, maintain morale, and basically make everything run perfectly without the Lord lifting a finger. If military heroes are the sword, internal affairs heroes are the engine that keeps the sword sharp. A lord with amazing fighters but terrible management is like a sports car with no mechanic. Fast until something breaks, then catastrophically useless. Xiao Kuang isn't an internal affairs hero yet. He's a scholar with neat handwriting and basic organizational skills. But with my talent feeding him constant experience, in a few weeks he'll be managing a small city. In a few months? Who knows? Maybe he'll become the administrator that makes my entire territory run like clockwork while I focus on fighting and cultivation. Speaking of cultivation, let me check my own stats real quick. Jolie, level 2, 35 out of 200, Constitution, 4.1 Spirit, 5 skills, Basic Blade, 85 out of 100, Basic Spear, 43 out of 100, Skilled Archery, 34 to 1, 000, Basic Body Tempering, 31 out of 100, Basic Meditation, 31 out of 100. My archery leveled up to skilled tier from all the wolf sniping. My blade technique is almost maxed out at basic level. But the real story is my cultivation. Every day, body tempering and meditation each gain 5 experience points from practice. Every 2 days, that translates to about 1 point of constitution or spirit. In 6 days, I've gained 3 points in both stats. My constitution went from 1.1 to 4.1. My spirit went from 2 to 5. I'm already approaching elite hero levels of physical ability. And this is just basic cultivation techniques. The free ones I downloaded from the internet. Imagine what happens when I get advanced techniques. Or rare ones. Or legendary ones. My talent applies to me too. Every minute I spend training makes me stronger. Every fight teaches me more. At this rate, even without any special treasures or resources, I could potentially cultivate all the way to immortality through pure, stubborn effort. The talent isn't called Heaven Rewards Diligence for nothing. The more I work, the more I grow. No ceiling, no limit, just endless, compounding improvement. 6 days into the trial, my territory has a fortified settlement with multiple defense towers, an elite tier army of nearly 100 soldiers across 6 different species, an air force of 7 hunting hawks, 3 walking tree tanks, a hero general, a doctor, a scholar, 2 cooks, blacksmith, carpenter, mason, tailor, lumberjack, farmers, and a growing civilian population. A lord whose personal combat ability rivals elite heroes. And I started with a straw hut, a stick fence, and a white medium participation trophy. 24 days to go. Tomorrow the difficulty spikes. The real trial begins. But this time, I'm ready. Day 7. The big difficulty spike. The moment I'd been preparing for. I woke up early and the attack was already coming. These monsters don't even give me time to brush my teeth anymore. Rude. I looked up at the sky and my stomach dropped. Birds. Not cute little sparrows. Not friendly pigeons. 1,000 nightmare birds that looked like vultures crossbred with dragons. Black scales instead of feathers. Glowing green claws. 2-meter wingspans. And screaming so loud my scalp went numb. They blocked out the sun like a living storm cloud. The sky literally went dark. Flying enemies. My absolute worst-case scenario. Ground troops can be stopped by walls, fences, shield formations. Flying enemies? They go wherever they want. They can skip my front line entirely and attack my buildings, my civilians, my lord's mansion. My entire defense strategy was built around put tough things between the enemy and my stuff. Birds don't care about your strategy. Birds go over your strategy. Emergency formation time. Every decision in the next 30 seconds matters. First, civilians. I evacuated everyone into the system-built cabins near the Lord's mansion. Not the wooden shacks the carpenter built. Those have no durability stat. One angry bird could rip through a wooden shack in seconds and eat everyone inside like chicken nuggets in a box. System cabins have actual hit points. They can't be entered while they still have durability. I can repair them mid-battle with energy crystals. Cramming 20 people into a 6-person cabin isn't comfortable, but it's alive. Second, the trance. They were planted at the front of my territory. Wrong position for an air battle. I ordered them to uproot. 3 agonizing minutes of tree shuffling. Then had skeleton warriors carry them to positions around the Lord's mansion. Left side, right side, behind. Their massive canopies now formed a natural roof over my HQ. Third, and this was my favorite idea, I sent my Legion Lancers and Kong Xiu climbing up the TRENTS. 2 soldiers per tree, standing on the branches, back to back, spears pointed at the sky. The treants became living anti-aircraft platforms. 5-meter-tall tree tanks with rare-grade soldiers riding on top like the world's most terrifying treehouse defenders. Fourth, the main formation below. Shield soldiers in front, shields raised to the sky, forming a roof of iron. Spearmen behind them, spears angled upward through the shield gaps. Archers behind everyone, bows aimed at the clouds. Skeleton warriors flanked the treants for ground cleanup. My 7 hunting hawks stayed low, under the protection of my defense towers. Sending them into 1,000 enemy birds would be suicide. They'd wait for openings. The birds attacked. 1,000 screaming nightmare vultures dove at my base like a biblical plague with claws. Shield wall up. Archers, fire at will. The shield soldiers locked their iron shields together overhead. Talons scraped against metal. SRECH, sparks flying everywhere. The sound was awful. Like nails on a chalkboard multiplied by 1,000. Through the shield gaps, spearmen thrust upward, impaling bird after bird. Blood rained down from above. 20 elite archers let loose simultaneously. 20 iron arrows streaked into the bird cloud. 20 birds dropped. They didn't even flap twice, just folded midair and fell like feathery stones. 1 arrow, 1 kill. My archers are machines. The beauty of fighting flying enemies with a tight formation? They can only attack from directly above, which means only so many birds can actually reach you at once. 1,000 birds sounds terrifying, but when your formation is 30 meters wide, maybe 50 birds can swoop down at the same time. The rest are just circling overhead, waiting for their turn to die. Up in the treants, my lancers were having the time of their lives. Every bird that tried to attack the tree got a 3-meter steel spear through its chest before it could get within 2 meters. The rare-grade soldiers were too fast, too strong. The birds literally could not get close enough to touch the treants. The treants themselves joined the fight, whipping their vines through the air, snatching birds out of the sky, and slamming them into the ground, where skeleton warriors hacked them to pieces. Imagine a 5-meter tree swinging living tentacles at screaming vultures, while armored skeletons stomp on the grounded ones. This is what my territory looks like now. This is normal here. But some birds got smart. They couldn't break through my main formation, couldn't get past the Trent Lancer combos, so they started attacking the outer buildings. Farmlands, wood shacks, the tailor shop, anything undefended. I had to activate the defense towers. For arrow towers opened up, streams of arrows arcing into the sky. The damage wasn't huge per shot, but wing hits were devastating. A bird with an arrow through its wing loses flight immediately, crashes to the ground, and becomes a free meal for the nearest skeleton soldier. The towers were basically creating a conveyor belt of grounded birds for my skeletons to farm experience from. The fireball tower launched orange explosions into the densest bird clusters. Boom! 3 birds on fire simultaneously, tumbling through the air, trailing smoke and flame. The smell was indescribable. Burned feathers and scorched scales. My territory smelled like a barbecue accident at a pet shop. And the lightning tower? My beautiful, beautiful lightning tower? It targeted the elite birds, the leaders, the big ones directing the swarm. Zap! One elite bird, paralyzed, falling, dead before it hit the ground. Zap! Another one, smoking corpse plummeting from the sky. Zap! 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 The elite birds couldn't even get close. Every 1.8 seconds, another leader dropped. The swarm lost coordination fast. Without their elites directing traffic, the regular birds just kept doing the same suicidal dive attacks into my shield wall, where my spearmen and archers calmly butchered them. Then the boss appeared. A level 3 rare-grade bird. Bigger, tougher, nastier than anything else in the sky. It probably expected to swoop in dramatically, scatter my formation, and turn the battle around. The lightning tower had other plans. Zap! For 100 damage. Paralyzed. The boss bird froze mid-flight, crackling with electricity, and started falling. It shook off the stun, spread its wings, tried to climb, zap. Paralyzed again. More damage. It fell further. Recovered. Tried to dive at my base, zap. More lightning. More paralysis. More falling. The boss bird literally never reached my formation. It spent its entire life getting repeatedly electrocuted in midair, stunned, falling, recovering, getting zapped again, falling more, until it finally ran out of health and crashed into the ground as a charred, smoking, twitching heap. The most dramatic boss entrance in trial history, defeated by one tower that said, no. After that, cleanup was easy. The remaining regular birds had no leadership, no strategy, and no hope. My archers picked them off like target practice. Skeleton soldiers finished off the grounded ones. The hunting hawks finally got their moment, swooping in to grab the last fleeing birds and doing their signature, grab, fly up, drop, maneuver. The sky cleared. Sunlight returned. My territory was covered in dead birds, scorched feathers, and broken scales. But my people were alive. Every civilian safe in the cabins. Every soldier standing. The trance barely scratched. The formation held from start to finish. Day 7, the first major difficulty spike, and I didn't just survive it. I crushed it. 1,000 flying enemies, including elite birds and a rare boss. And my biggest loss was some damaged farmland and wooden shacks that the carpenter can fix by tomorrow. My Trent Lancer combo is officially my new favorite tactic. Anti-air tree platforms with rare-grade soldiers? That shouldn't work. That sounds like something a crazy person would invent. But it worked perfectly. The birds couldn't figure out how to attack a tree that fights back while people on top of it stab you. The lightning tower is worth every crystal I spent on it. One tower single-handedly neutralized every elite and the boss. If I ever get a second one, I might actually feel invincible. 23 days to go. The trial keeps escalating. But so does my army, my defenses, and my confidence. Bring the next wave. I've got trees with soldiers in them and a tower that says no. Day 7 rating, S. Full S. Not S-. Pure, beautiful, golden S. And because Day 7 is a bonus milestone day, the rewards were absolutely obscene. Basic, 1,200 origin crystals, 3,000 energy crystals bonus, 200% extra 2,400 origin crystals, 6,000 energy crystals plus. 1 random common hero summoning soul, another hero. 1 watchtower. Spoiler, it's not what you think. 1 permanent farmland blueprint. 1 permanent water well blueprint permanent blueprints. Not one-time use models. Actual blueprints I can build from infinitely. As many farms and wells as I want, forever. My food and water problems are now solved for the rest of eternity. While other lords are praying for a single farmland model to drop, I can wallpaper my territory and farms. The agricultural revolution just went nuclear. But the real prize? That watchtower. I read the name and thought, oh, a scouting building. Neat. Then I read the description and nearly passed out. It's not a watchtower. It's a barracks. Watchtower/barracks. Type. Military building function 1. Recruit common grade spearmen. Cost. 10 origin crystals per soldier. Level 1 max recruitment. 100 per week. 1,000 total cap. Function 2. Training hall where spearmen can practice and gain skill experience. Hey, barracks. Building. Do you have any idea how rare this is? Most lords finish the entire 30-day trial without getting a barracks. Some lords go months in the real chaos, without finding one. Barracks are so precious that people literally restructure their entire territory strategy around whatever barracks they find. And I got one on day 7, from an S-rank bonus reward. On a milestone day, I built it immediately. 100 energy crystals. Boom. A 5-meter-tall wooden fortress appeared, covering 1,000 square meters, basically eating all the remaining free space in my territory. It's massive. It's beautiful. It's a soldier factory. Then I upgraded it. Twice. Level 1, Level 2. 100 crystals, 200 energy, Level 2, Level 3. 200 crystals, 400 energy, Level 3 watchtower. 300 soldiers per week, 3,000 total cap. 300 soldiers per week, with a cap of 3,000. And these are common grade spearmen who, thanks to my talent, will train for free, level up for free, and evolve through quality tiers for free. Every single one of them is a future rare grade Legion Lancer, or beyond. The barracks produces cannon fodder. My talent turns cannon fodder into legends. I didn't hesitate for a microsecond. I recruited all 300 immediately. Cost: 3,000 origin crystals, 6,000 energy crystals. The barracks door opened and spearmen started marching out. 1 per second. For 5 straight minutes. 300 identical common grade spearmen walking out in a steady stream, assembling into a 20 by 15 formation in front of me. I stood there watching my army literally materialize, and I felt like a kid watching his Christmas presents unwrap themselves. Yesterday I had about 100 soldiers. Now I have 400. In one afternoon. Just like that. Handed them all to Kong Xiao. Train them. He nodded, took command, and started barking orders. The man can handle 2,000 soldiers with his intermediate command skill. 300 rookies? Easy warm-up. Oh, and I also discovered something amazing about my trance during today's battle. Their vine whips don't just attack. They can grab and hold enemies completely still. A bound enemy can't fight back, can't dodge, can't do anything. Which means I can have trance grab monsters, and then march my weakest soldiers over to safely stab the helpless target for free experience. It's an experience farming machine. Trant grabs bird. Bird can't move. Skeleton soldier walks up. Stab. Free kill. Free experience. Next bird, please. I only have 3 trants with 2 vines each, so it's 6 monsters at a time. Not enough to farm the whole wave, but enough to give my weakest troops guaranteed safe kills every battle. The trants basically became my military academy's training dummies, except the dummies are alive, terrified, and about to become very dead. I need more control-type units. If I had 10 trants, 20, I could systematically feed kills to every single soldier in my army, optimizing experience distribution like a video game speedrunner. The efficiency would be insane. Now, territory upgrade time. No more waiting. With a barracks pumping out 300 soldiers a week and my army already overqualified for level 2, it's time to push. Territory, level 2, level 3 cost. 200 origin crystals, 400 energy crystals requirements. 10 soldiers at level 2, 10 buildings at level 2. Already exceeded on both counts. Territory expanded again. More space. More room for buildings, farms, soldiers. The growth is compounding now. Bigger territory means more buildings, means more soldiers, means more kills, means more crystals, means bigger territory. Most of my soldiers automatically jumped to level 3 from the territory unlock. The ones who'd been sitting at max experience for days finally got to advance. Even the troops recruited in the last couple days were at level 2 with decent experience from today's bird massacre, thanks to the trend-assisted kill farming system. Then I upgraded the barracks to level 3 too, because of course I did. 300 soldiers per week. If my soldiers survive at a reasonable rate, I'll have over 1,000 troops within days. And that hero summoning soul in my pocket? That's for later. I want to savor the anticipation. Or maybe I'm just afraid of getting another one-round wonder from a historical novel. Let me step back and appreciate the sheer absurdity of my situation. 7 days ago, 1 straw hut, 1 stick fence, 0 soldiers, white medium Lord Hart, the universe's most forgettable participant. Today, fortified settlement with 6 defense towers, a barracks producing hundreds of soldiers, 400 troops and growing, 2 heroes, soon to be 3, 7 hunting hawks, 3 Trant tanks, rare-grade elite units, permanent. Building blueprints, a functioning economy with specialized workers, and a lord whose personal combat ability rivals professional warriors. All from a talent that says, work hard and good things happen. Mother Earth, you absolute legend. That gift you gave me? Best. Cheat code. Ever. 23 days left. I have a barracks, a growing army, and absolutely zero intention of slowing down. The trial wanted to test me? I'm about to test the trial. Let me talk about those permanent blueprints because I don't think I expressed enough JOY earlier. Permanent. Blueprints. Permanent. Not one-time model, poof, gone. Not pray it drops again someday. Permanent. As in, I now know how to build farmlands and water wells forever. The knowledge is in my brain. As long as I have resources, I can build as many as I want, whenever I want, until the heat death of the universe. And here's the cherry on top. Every farmland or water well model that drops from now on, I can sell it. Other lords will always need these. Farm-focused lords treat farmland like gold. Every territory needs water. These basic models will sell forever. I just turned future loot drops into a passive income stream. I'm a landlord now. A lord who is also a landlord. The wordplay writes itself. But the real reason these blueprints matter right now is much more urgent. I just recruited 300 soldiers from the barracks, and they all need to eat. 300 new mouths. Plus my existing 100-ish people. That's 400 stomachs demanding food every single day. The monster drops give me like 600 food units per fight, which sounds like a lot until you divide it by 400 hungry people and realize it covers about a day and a half. My compressed biscuits from home are basically gone. The existing farms are producing vegetables, but 11 small plots feeding 400 people is like trying to fill a bathtub with an eyedropper. Farm expansion time. I built 49 new farmlands in one go. Arranged them in a ring around the outer edge of my newly expanded territory, with walking paths every 60 meters and 6 new water wells distributed throughout for irrigation. Cost: 490 origin crystals, 980 energy for farms. 300 crystals, 600 energy for wells. My bank account just got murdered. I went from comfortable savings to checking under couch cushions in about 30 seconds. Started the day with roughly 5,000 origin crystals. Now I'm sitting on 600 something. All that money gone. Into dirt. Literal dirt. 60 farmlands and 7 water wells. But my territory looks amazing now. A proper agricultural belt surrounding the military core. 60 system-enhanced farms in a giant circle, each one boosting growth speed and yield, with water wells perfectly spaced throughout. 49 civilians immediately stopped whatever they were doing and started farming. Progress bars popped up over each plot, 5 minutes to completion. When future visitors see my territory, they'll think I'm a farming lord who happens to have an army, not a military lord who happens to grow vegetables. The ratio of farmland to everything else is comedic. I'm basically running a medieval agricultural corporation with a private military wing. Now, loot from today's bird massacre. 6,254 energy crystals, 947 origin crystals, random bird parts, feathers, talons, the usual monster garage sale, and 100 summoning souls. The souls were interesting. 30 goshawk souls and 10 hunting hawk souls dropped from the vultures. Which makes no sense. Why would mutant chaos vultures drop hawk summoning souls? Were these vultures originally hawks that got corrupted by chaos? Did the chaos turn majestic hawks into ugly vultures? That's depressing, but also convenient, because hawks are MY species, same as my existing Air Force. No compatibility issues. I summoned all 40 hawk souls immediately. My Air Force went from 7 hunting hawks to, let me count, 47 flying units. 47. I have a legitimate air armada now. When they all take flight at once, it probably looks like a biblical event from below. The remaining random soldier souls gave me 10 more goshawks, of course, 10 skeleton soldiers, the curse never dies, 10 archers, 5 shield soldiers, and 4 light cavalry. And then, the rare grade summoning soul from the boss bird. Gale hunting hawk, quality, rare height, 3 meters. Wingspan, 10 meters. Skills, eagle eye, razor talons, wind wing, 10-meter wingspan. This bird is basically a small airplane. It could carry me into the sky and still have energy to fight. And it has a new skill, wind wing. Enchants wings with wind element energy, boosting flight speed. Can buff up to 10 nearby flying units simultaneously for 5 minutes. Lower level units get bigger boosts. 100% speed increase for level 1 Hawks, 30% for itself. It's a support unit for my Air Force. An aerial buffer that makes my entire Hawk squadron twice as fast. Imagine 47 Hawks already moving at terrifying speed, and then this big mama bird casts a wind spell, and they all double their velocity. That's not an Air Force. That's an air catastrophe for whatever's on the receiving end. Civilian recruitment. 10 inferior, 6 common, for elite. The elites were solid. A junior architect can build more efficiently, reduce material waste, and automatically learns any permanent blueprints I know. Another carpenter, another blacksmith, and another hunter. The architect is clutch. He already has my farmland and well blueprints in his head from the moment I recruited him. Next time I build farms, he can do it instead of me, and he'll use fewer materials. I could have saved resources on today's massive building spree if he'd shown up 30 minutes earlier. Typical. I assigned him to work with Xiao Kuang and Zhang Shun. My civilian management team is becoming legitimate. Xiao Kuang handles paperwork and planning. Zhang Shun handles daily operations. And now the architect handles construction and infrastructure. 3 people doing what I used to do alone, while also fighting wolves and training soldiers. Housing update. The barracks has internal space warping technology, so all 300 spearmen live inside the watchtower. 3,000 capacity. It's like a military apartment building in another dimension. The spearmen sleep, train, and eat in there. Super convenient. But only spearmen can live inside. The barracks has a spearman imprint baked into its system architecture. Other soldier types who go inside feel physically uncomfortable, like the building itself is rejecting them. It's a fundamental rule that can't be changed without destroying the barracks entirely. So my archers, shield soldiers, cavalry, and skeletons need regular housing. The skeletons don't care, they sleep on dirt. The treants are housing. The hawks literally built nests in their branches. My treants have become apartment buildings for birds. The birds sit in tree branch condos. The skeletons lie in the yard. The spearmen live in a spatial pocket dimension inside the watchtower. And my human soldiers get proper cabins. My territory is the weirdest living arrangement in the entire Chaos Sea. Current status, 600 crystals remaining, 60 farms growing food, 7 water wells, barracks pumping soldiers, Air Force at 47 Hawks, plus 1 rare Gale Hawk commander, territory at level 3, and my army is approaching 500 total troops. Oh, and I still have that hero soul I haven't used yet. I'm saving it for dramatic timing, I guess. Or maybe I'm just scared of getting another historical footnote character. Here lies Jolie's second hero, the guy who held Guan Yu's horse for 5 minutes before running away. I'll summon it tomorrow, when I'm emotionally prepared. Time to summon my second hero. Please don't be another Guan Yu victim. Please don't be another Guan Yu victim. Please don't be. Hero, Han Fu description. 3 Kingdoms period, General under Chao Wei. Killed by Guan Yu, of course. My lord's altar has a type, and that type is people Guan Yu personally murdered. I'm building a support group, not an army. Next recruitment, I'm probably getting the horse Guan Yu rode past on his way to kill these guys. Han Fu's stats are actually decent though. Dual swords, basic archery, basic command. Not as strong as Kong Xiu, but serviceable. And here's the funny part. He and Kong Xiu know each other. They were both Cao Cao's guys who got sliced up during the same road trip incident. Imagine the reunion. Oh, Han Fu. You too, yeah? One swing. You. Same. One swing. Dot. We don't talk about it. I reorganized my military command structure on the spot. Kong Xiu gets the melee division, all spearmen and shield soldiers. He's the formation specialist, the frontline general, the stand here and stab things guy. Han Fu gets the ranged and mobile division, archers, cavalry, and hawks. He's the support commander, the flanker, the shoot things from far away while someone else gets hit guy. 2 heroes, 2 divisions. 1 shared trauma about crescent moon blades. Building upgrade blitz. I had about 1,600 origin crystals, and I was going to spend every single one because tomorrow is day 8 and the difficulty never stops climbing. Lord's altar to level 3, 200 crystals. Fence to level 3, 200 crystals. Lightning tower to level 3, 200 crystals. Fireball tower to level 3, 200 crystals. 4 arrow towers to level 3, 320 crystals. Blacksmith and tailor to level 3, 200 crystals. Refugee camp to level 3, 200 crystals. Residences to level 3, 340 crystals. Total damage, basically everything. Under 1,000 crystals left. Again, the cycle of earn money, spend money, be broke, fight monsters, earn money, continues at nauseating speed. But my defenses are now legitimately scary. Level 3 lightning tower hits like a truck. Level 3 fireball tower turns crowds into bonfires. Level 3 arrow towers provide consistent DPS. My fence actually looks like a real fence now instead of decorative garden edging. And level 3 residences fit 8 people with improved healing buffs. Day 8. The birds are back. 1,500 regular chaos vultures. 150 elite vultures. 10 rare grade boss vultures. Level 4. 10 bosses. 10. Yesterday's single boss was a headache. Today there are 10 of them. The lightning tower went into overdrive, chasing boss vultures across the sky like an angry god with a grudge. Zap, 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 hunting them down one by one, keeping them stunned and bleeding, never letting them get close enough to damage anything important. My 300 new spearmen proved their worth immediately. Even at common grade, 300 spears pointed at the sky is 300 spears that birds have to fly through. The vultures would dive down, hit the spear forest, and just impale themselves. Not every spearman killed something, but enough did that the sky attack turned into a slow grinder. Problem: 300 common grade spearmen means 300 fragile, low-level, easy-to-kill soldiers. I couldn't protect them all. Some got clawed. Some got knocked down. Some didn't get back up. First real spearman casualties. The cost of having a massive but undertrained army. But the kills poured experience into everyone. Level 3 vultures gave 3 points each. Elite vultures gave 6. My soldiers were leveling up mid-battle again. And the 20 elite archers? They completed their quality evolution. Elite archer strongbow marksman, quality, rare constitution, 13.5, spirit, 6 weapon, 6 stone war bow, 720 pounds of draw weight, skills, expert archery, power shot, charge 3 seconds for 100% damage boost, double shot, fire 2 arrows simultaneously, my archers became artillery. Power shot doubles their damage, enough to critically wound or one-shot rare-grade enemies. Double shot doubles their fire rate. Use them together? That's 2 arrows at double damage every volley. Their DPS just quadrupled overnight. 20 rare-grade marksmen firing power-charged double shots into a bird swarm. The sky literally rained dead vultures. Their damage output now exceeds my wooden arrow towers. The towers are now the weaker ranged option. My soldiers outgunned my buildings. The Trance continued being my MVP utility unit, grabbing vultures with vines so weaker soldiers could safely farm kills. 3 Trance at level 3 means 9 vines, controlling 9 vultures simultaneously. 9 free kills per rotation for whatever soldiers need the experience most. I prioritized the shield soldiers for Tren-assisted kills, evolved them all to elite, then focused on the new archers, got them to elite too. Day 8, a rank. Some casualties, but manageable. Solid rewards. Day 9 was worse. More vultures. 20 rare grade bosses this time. Level 4 bosses that move so fast, even my lightning tower couldn't lock them all down before they reached my base. A level 4 rare boss in the air is a nightmare to kill. Can't surround it. Can't pin it down. Can't send infantry after it. Even my heroes couldn't handle them quickly because the bosses just fly away when they're losing. It's like trying to swat 20 extremely angry, extremely powerful wasps with a broomstick while they dive bomb your house. My strongbow marksmen save the day. 20 rare grade archers focusing fire on one boss at a time. Power shots and double shots ripping through boss health bars while the lightning tower kept stunning them in place. 1 boss. 2 bosses. 3. Each one taking a coordinated effort of stuns, arrows, and hero attacks to bring down. All 20 bosses died. Nobody critical was lost. Day 9, a rank. But I could feel the pressure building. The waves are getting stronger faster than my army is growing. Common grade spearmen are becoming liability, dying in numbers that drag down my score. The bosses are getting tougher, faster, harder to pin down. My trance can only control so many enemies at once. After day 9 ended, I sat down and stared at my territory map. Day 10 is another major milestone. Another difficulty spike. Whatever's coming will be significantly worse than today. Time to prepare. Time to upgrade. Time to squeeze every last drop of power out of my resources. Because the trial isn't getting easier. And I refuse to start losing now. Days 8 and 9 nearly killed me. Not literally. Well, almost literally for some of my soldiers. Those rare-grade boss vultures at level 4 were no joke. They'd dive into my spearman formations like bowling balls into pins, scatter everyone. And then the regular vultures would swoop in for the massacre. If my strongbow marksmen hadn't evolved right when they did with their perfect anti-boss skill set, I'd be writing this from inside a vulture's stomach. But we survived. Both days. Both A rank. And the loot was phenomenal. 12,000 origin crystals. 45,000 energy crystals. My wallet went from checking account to offshore bank account overnight. I finally have real money. First order of business. Upgrade everything to level 3. All buildings. Every single one. 2,000 crystals gone. Still have 11,000 left. This is the first time I've felt genuinely wealthy in this entire trial. Second, recruit another 300 spearmen from the barracks. The weekly timer reset, so I got a fresh batch. 600 total barracks spearmen now plus all my original troops. My army is approaching 1,000 soldiers. 1,000. I went from 5 idiots with sticks to a legitimate military force in 9 days. Now, the building rewards from days 8 and 9. A flour mill processes harvested grain into usable food. My farms have been producing like crazy, but we had no way to turn raw wheat into actual flour. The timing was perfect because the first batch of crops just came in. Now we can go from raw plant to actual bread without skipping steps. Agricultural pipeline, complete. A ranch for raising livestock. Covers 1,000 square meters. Currently empty except for the cavalry horses, who are probably thrilled to have proper stables instead of being tied to a stick near the Lord's mansion. No other animals yet, but eventually I can raise cattle, sheep, chickens, whatever drops or gets recruited. Long-term food security. A cafeteria, a system-grade kitchen building that runs on energy crystals instead of firewood. My 2 cook ladies can now prepare food for 1,000+ people using automated magical kitchen equipment. Before this, they were cooking over open fires with basic pots trying to feed an army. It was like asking 2 grandmothers to cater a music festival with a camping stove. Now they've got a proper facility and the food quality jumped from technically edible to actually good. And finally, the prize. Sword Chi Tower, quality, fine, green grade, level, 3 range, 120 meters fire rate, 0.8 seconds per shot damage, 300 per hit special, armor piercing. Also penetrates through enemies in a line. Let me explain why this tower made me squeal like a child. The fireball tower does area damage, great against swarms. The lightning tower does massive single target damage with stun, great against bosses. The sword chi tower? It fires invisible sword energy at extreme speed, punches through armor, and keeps going through multiple enemies in a line. Against those armored boss vultures with their thick scales, the armor-piercing effect shreds their defense. Against a column of regular vultures flying in formation, the sword chi goes through the first one, hits the second one, hits the third one, like threading a needle through a kebab of enemies. It's technically single target damage, but if enemies line up, it's a death laser. My defense tower lineup is now 4 arrow towers for basic suppression, 1 fireball tower for crowd control, 1 lightning tower for stunning bosses, and 1 sword chi tower for armor-piercing sniper fire. Every type of enemy has a counter. Swarms, fireball, bosses, lightning stunlock, armored elites, sword chi penetration, fodder, arrow spam. My base is becoming a tower defense game, and I am the developer. Now, the sword chi tower brought up something I need to talk about: paths. In this world, every lord eventually has to choose a development path for their territory. The main ones are technology, immortal cultivation, xianxia, martial arts, and magic. These 4 cover over 90% of all lords. There are also niche paths like evil god, paranormal, beast, and others, but those are small, weird, and often explosive, literally. Your path is determined by your buildings. Arrow towers are universal. My fireball and lightning towers are magic path. My new sword chi tower is a mortal cultivation path. So right now, my territory is a mix of magic and xinxia. Good news. Magic and xinxia are reasonably compatible. Not perfect, but they don't violently conflict. Some paths are natural partners. Xinxia and martial arts go together like peanut butter and jelly. Magic and technology can coexist. Beast and xinxia work great. Bad news. Some paths are explosively incompatible. Like, your lord's mansion physically detonates. Incompatible. The evil god and paranormal paths conflict with basically everything. History is full of ambitious lords who tried to develop 3 or 4 paths simultaneously, carefully balancing the rules, and then built one building too many on one path. The balance tipped, the rules collided, and their entire territory went kaboom. Lord Heart destroyed. Career over. Existence questionable. So the smart move is one main path, maybe one compatible side path, and don't get greedy. I don't get to choose freely though. Most lords don't. You use whatever the trial gives you. Got a magic tower? Congratulations, you're a magic lord now. Got a xinxia sword? Welcome to cultivation. The universe picks your career for you based on random loot drops. Unless you're a rich kid whose immortal parents preloaded your inventory with specific buildings. Then you can pick whatever you want. Must be nice. I wouldn't know. For now, my path is shaping up to be immortal cultivation primary with magic secondary. Sword chi tower plus fire and lightning towers. Xinxia swordplay with elemental magic support. That's actually a pretty solid combination. Cultivation gives raw power and body enhancement, while magic provides versatile elemental attacks and utility. Could be worse. Could be the evil god path. Those lords sleep with one eye open because their own buildings are trying to corrupt them. So where do I stand after 9 days? Territory level 3. All buildings level 3. Nearly 1,000 soldiers. 2 heroes, both murdered by the same guy in a previous life. 7 defense towers covering every damage type. 60 farms feeding everyone. A functioning economy with specialists in every trade. A lord whose personal cultivation is advancing daily. Tomorrow is day 10. Another major milestone. Another difficulty spike. The monsters don't know it yet, but they're not attacking a struggling newbie lord anymore. They're attacking a fortress. And this fortress has a sword chi tower that shoots through walls. So here's something I've been thinking about, my development path. Every lord in this world eventually has to pick a lane. Technology, immortal cultivation, xinxia, martial arts, magic, or some weirder niche options like evil god or paranormal. Your buildings determine your path. You can't walk the xinxia road if you don't have xinxia buildings. The universe doesn't care about your dreams. It cares about your inventory. As a proud Chinese guy, I obviously wanted xinxia. Flying on swords, cultivating immortality, shooting sword energy from my fingertips. That's the dream. But the trial kept handing me magic towers instead. Fire tower? Magic. Lightning tower? Magic. My skeletons, trance, hawks? All lean magic. My regular troops? Universal, leaning martial arts. I was starting to accept my fate as a magic lord when, surprise, the sword chi tower showed up and said, "Hey buddy, xinxia isn't dead yet." So now I'm a xinxia primary with magic secondary, which is actually a great combo. Xinxia gives cultivation power and body enhancement. Magic provides elemental versatility. They're compatible paths that don't explode when combined. Unlike, say, evil god and literally anything else, which has a documented history of making entire territories spontaneously detonate. Anyway, upgraded all the new buildings to level 3. Another 1,200 crystals gone. Down to about 7,000. Not upgrading to level 4 yet though, saving that for after day 10's fight. I've learned my lesson about rushing territory upgrades. Slow and steady. Build strength first. Upgrade when overwhelmingly ready, not when barely adequate. Let me give you the full army breakdown because it's gotten complicated. Total soldiers, 913 spearmen, 610. Yes, 610 pointy stick humans. 5 rare grade legion lancers, 15 elite spearmen, 140 level, 2 spearmen, and 450 level. 1 babies who just walked out of the barracks 2 days ago and have never seen combat. My army is 67% spearmen. I'm basically running a spear factory with a side business in defense. Skeleton troops, 65. 30 skeleton warriors at level 3, plus assorted lower-level bone men. The undead curse continues to bless me with rattling calcium soldiers at every opportunity. Shield soldiers, 50. 40 elite grade level, 2 shields, and 10 newbies. My defensive backbone. Archers, 47. 30 rare grade strongbow marksmen at level 3. These are my real damage dealers. Plus some elites and regulars filling in. Hawks, 121. 121 birds. 1 rare Gale Hawk commander, 20 evolved hunting hawks, and 100 regular goshawks. My air force is now bigger than some countries' actual air forces. When they all take off, it looks like the sky is migrating. Cavalry, 12. 3 heavy cavalry, rare, 7 light cavalry at various levels. Small but devastating unit. Trance, 8. All level 3, 3 vines each, 24 total vines for crowd control. These gentle giants have been the secret MVP of my entire strategy, grabbing enemies and feeding kills to weaker soldiers. Without them, half my army would still be level 1. Casualties so far, 20 spearmen and 7 skeleton soldiers dead. Most from day 9 when those 20 bosses overwhelmed my defenses. The first real losses that stung. Those spearmen had been training, gaining experience, building toward evolution. And then a level 4 boss vulture ripped through their formation like tissue paper. Gone. All that invested time, gone. This is why I can't rush. Every dead soldier is wasted growth potential. Civilian update. 245 people now. A full village. The refugee camp at level 3 pumps out 30 people daily. And while most are trashed here, I've accumulated over 20 elite-grade civilians. I've got farmers, carpenters, blacksmiths, masons, scholars, cooks, doctors, lumberjacks, hunters, tailors, horse handlers. Literally every medieval profession represented. Oh, and Zhang Shun, remember him? The first refugee I pulled to his feet on day 2? The random common-grade farmer I put in charge because he was slightly less dumb than the others? He taught himself management skills. Through pure experience and my talent's passive growth, he developed an initial management skill and his quality upgraded to elite grade. He went from confused refugee who kisses the ground to competent village administrator in 7 days. I officially promoted him to village chief. My first ever civilian promotion. I'm getting emotional. The man started as a starving refugee in rags, and now he runs a 245-person settlement with a census, job assignments, housing allocation, and a functioning supply chain. From rags to middle management. The ultimate chaos, see success story. Xiao Kuang assists him with paperwork and planning. Between the two of them, I barely have to think about civilian affairs anymore. The village runs itself while I focus on military and cultivation, which is exactly how it should be. No lord wants to spend their immortality-seeking journey worrying about who gets which bed and how much cabbage to plant. Hero update. Han Fu hit level 3 and is close to quality evolution. Turns out his archery background is perfect for fighting flying enemies. He's been racking up kills from range all week. Kong Xiu struggled more because he's a melee fighter trying to stab birds. He had to rely on trend-assisted kills to level up. Poor guy went from one-shot by Guan Yu to can't reach flying vultures. The man can't catch a break against airborne enemies in any lifetime. One interesting observation. The random summoning souls seem to have stopped giving me spearmen now that I have a barracks. Like the universe knows I can produce infinite spearmen on my own and decided to diversify my drops instead. Also, the drops are heavily influenced by current enemies. Fighting vultures gives hawk souls. Fighting wolves gave wolf souls. Makes sense. Kill birds, get birds. Circle of chaos life. My summoning luck has also stayed weirdly consistent. Mostly humans and skeletons. Every pull. I still don't know why. The school taught us it's completely random, but my results are way too patterned to be pure chance. Maybe my talent influences it. Maybe the Lord's altar has preferences. Maybe the universe just thinks, this guy really needs more bones, and keeps delivering. Whatever the reason, I'm not complaining anymore. Humans are versatile, skeletons are useful. No interspecies conflicts. No management nightmares. Just steady, predictable growth. So here's the plan for day 10. Don't spend crystals on soldier upgrades. 8,000 crystals sounds like a lot until you try splitting it among 913 soldiers. That's less than 10 crystals each. Can't even bump them all up one level. And partially upgrading some soldiers while leaving others behind creates resentment. Favoritism kills loyalty. I learned that in school. Treat your troops fairly or watch your army rot from the inside. Instead, I'm hoarding those crystals for a post-battle territory upgrade to level 4. Buildings, defenses, barracks, everything goes up simultaneously. One big push instead of piecemeal upgrades. Day 10 is a major milestone. The difficulty is going to spike hard. Whatever's coming will be the toughest thing I've faced yet. But I've got 913 soldiers, 121 birds, 8 tree tanks, 7 defense towers, 2 heroes, 30 rare-grade marksmen, and a sword chi tower that shoots through walls. Let them come. Day 10. The big one. The second major milestone. I woke up before dawn and the attack was already here. And the universe decided to get personal. 3,000 fallen demons. Plus over 500 elite fallen demons. Plus over 100 fallen demon sorcerers. I recognized them instantly from school textbooks. Fallen demons are standard hell spawn. Ugly, aggressive, decent at melee. Not a big deal by themselves. But the sorcerers? Oh, the sorcerers are a nightmare specifically designed to destroy everything I've built. Let me explain why this matchup is pure evil. My entire army is built around formations. Spearmen in neat rows, shield wall up front, archers behind. Organized, disciplined, effective. It's worked beautifully against wolves and birds for 10 days. Fallen demon sorcerers don't care about your formations. They stand 300 meters away, way beyond my tower range, way beyond most of my archers' range, and lob fireballs at my neat little rows of soldiers. One volley from 100 sorcerers would turn my spearman formation into a barbecue. Okay, you think, just charge them. Wrong. Because between you and the sorcerers are 3,000 regular demons. And even if you fight through those, the sorcerers can resurrect dead demons. Kill a demon, walk past its corpse, and suddenly it stands back up behind you. Now you're surrounded. Your formation is broken, and the sorcerers are still lobbing fireballs from the back. It gets worse. Each sorcerer has enough magic power to resurrect demons dozens of times. They're basically infinite enemy generators. The textbooks are full of examples. Well-organized armies marching confidently into demon hordes, getting swarmed by resurrected enemies popping up inside their formations. Complete chaos, total annihilation. It's a legendary army killer tactic. This was the hardest fight of the entire trial. By far. Here's how I survived. Step 1. Spearmen and shield soldiers hold formation against the regular demons. Standard defense. Eat the hits, stab the faces, don't break ranks. Step 2. My 30 strongbow marksmen went guerrilla. Instead of standing in a line behind the formation, they split up and moved constantly, popping shots at sorcerers from different angles. The sorcerers are smart. They prioritize ranged threats, so my archers had to keep moving or get fireballed. It was like the world's deadliest game of whack-a-mole. Archers pop up, shoot, duck, relocate. Sorcerers spin around trying to target them, which means they're not bombarding my infantry formation. Step 3. Aerial harassment. My 121 hawks couldn't directly attack the sorcerers because the demon bodyguards would tear them apart on approach. So instead, the hawks did something hilarious. They grabbed regular demons off the ground, flew them over the sorcerer formation, and dropped them like demon-shaped bombs. Did the falling demons actually hit the sorcerers? Not really. The sorcerers dodged, but it distracted them. Every time a demon came plummeting from the sky, the sorcerers had to stop casting and look up. That's precious seconds where they're not fireballing my troops. I invented aerial demon dropping as a psychological warfare tactic. I am simultaneously proud and concerned about my mental state. Step 4. The Galehawks used their speed skill to do diving raids. Swooping in at double speed, snatching a sorcerer right out of the middle of the formation, and flying straight up before the other sorcerers could react. Every successful grab removed one sorcerer permanently. The remaining sorcerers started getting paranoid, looking skyward constantly, which further disrupted their fireballing schedule. Step 5. Cavalry harassment. My heavy and light cavalry would charge from the flanks toward the sorcerer formation, forcing them to redirect attention. The cavalry never actually reached the sorcerers. Too many demons in the way, but every charge bought my infantry another few seconds of peace. Meanwhile, every time the sorcerer's attention was scattered across all these distractions, my strongbow marksman would snipe. 1 or 2 sorcerers per volley, picked off from 200 meters with power-charged arrows. Slow, methodical assassination. The sorcerer count dropped. 100, 80, 60, 40, and then the remaining 20-something sorcerers did something clever. They pulled all their demons in tight, surrounding themselves in concentric rings of bodyguards, hiding completely inside a demon shell. No line of sight for archers. No openings for hawks. I looked at this demon turtle formation and smiled. Because they just trapped themselves. Inside that cocoon, they couldn't see my troops to aim fireballs without hitting their own demons. The only spell they could still cast was Resurrection, bringing back demons I killed. And Resurrection means more demons to kill, which means more experience for my soldiers. They turned themselves into an experience farm. I stopped trying to kill the sorcerers entirely. Instead, I had my army systematically kill the outer ring of demons, let the sorcerers resurrect them, kill them again, let them resurrect, kill them again. Every demon death gave 4 experience points. Resurrected demons gave experience again when re-killed. It was an infinite experience loop. For 3 hours, my entire army rotated through this demon grinder. Every soldier got their turn. Weak spearmen who'd never seen combat walked up to tree vine-restrained demons and stabbed them for free experience. Skeleton soldiers who couldn't beat a wolf last week were now farming level for demons. Everyone was leveling up, evolving, getting stronger in real time. The sorcerers were literally powering up my army and didn't even realize it. By the time the sorcerers ran out of magic power and could no longer resurrect anything, my army had undergone a complete transformation. Let me run down the upgrades because this is insane. All archers level 3 strongbow marksmen. Every single archer is now rare grade. 47 rare grade snipers. All spearmen minimum level 2, many level 3. 20 legion lancers now. Over 100 elite spearmen. The remaining hundreds are all at least trained and combat ready. All shield soldiers evolved to elite grade. All goshawks evolved to hunting hawks. 121 hunting hawks. My air force just went from mostly amateur birds to entirely professional murder hawks. All skeleton soldiers minimum level 2. And the original batch? They evolved to skeleton warriors, rare grade. Skeleton brave, quality, rare constitution, 12, spirit, 1.8 skills, skilled blade technique, 840/1, 000. Bone reinforcement, hardened skeleton, much harder to break, 12 constitution. My bone boys went from falls apart when a wolf looks at them funny, to actually really hard to kill. The bone reinforcement skill makes their skeleton bodies almost as tough as armored humans. No more, 1 slap and bones everywhere. These guys can take hits now and dish them out. And their intelligence jumped significantly. They can actually hold conversations with me now. Well, they can't talk. No lips, no tongue, just jaw clacking. But through some magical leadership connection, I can understand their meaning perfectly. It's like telepathy, but creepier. Most importantly, loyalty still at 100. I held my breath checking this. Every textbook says high-level undead hate the living. Every historical case says smart skeletons betray their lords. But mine? Still maxed loyalty. Still completely devoted. I think my talent is the reason. These skeletons didn't get strong through origin crystals or external resources. They got strong through my talent, through training, fighting, and growing under my leadership. The power came from the connection between lord and soldier, not from some impersonal crystal injection. Maybe that bond overrides the natural undead hatred of the living. If that's true, if my talent really does guarantee undead loyalty regardless of level, then I've been sleeping on the most broken army composition possible. Undead soldiers don't eat, don't sleep, don't need houses, can fight 24/7, and with guaranteed loyalty? That's not just good, that's unfair. I'm going to cautiously increase undead recruitment going forward. If the loyalty holds as they get stronger, I'll go all in on skeletons. An army that never rests, never eats, never complains, never betrays, and gets stronger forever? That's not an army. That's a horror movie. And I'm the director. More upgrades from the Demon Grinder. All my light cavalry evolved into heavy cavalry. 12 armored horsemen now, all rare grade. My cavalry division went from scouting party to actual shock force. The Treants evolved too. I had skeleton soldiers carry them onto the battlefield like the world's strangest Uber service, and they fought their hearts out. Well, their sap hearts out. Whatever trees have. Treant Guardian, quality, rare constitution, 18, spirit, 3 height, 10 meters. Skills, hardwood armor, vine whip, now 6 vines each. Rooting, plant roots for rapid healing, 10 meters tall. That's a 3-story building that fights. Their vine count doubled, so each Treant now grabs 6 enemies simultaneously. 8 Treants times 6 vines equals 48 simultaneous crowd control grabs. My experience farming operation just scaled up dramatically. The rooting skill is incredible. When planted, they regenerate damage within seconds. The sorcerers tried fireballing one Treant in desperation, blasting several giant holes through its trunk. 15 seconds later, completely healed. Like nothing happened. Trees are apparently unkillable now. I decided to issue each Treant 10 energy crystals as emergency healing batteries for when they're outside territory. My trees now carry snacks in case they get hurt. This is my life. Hanfu also evolved to elite grade hero. His archery hit expert level, his command skill jumped significantly, and his base stats went through the roof. Between him and Kong Xiao, I now have 2 competent commanders. Kong Xiao is still grinding toward his next evolution though. Hero quality upgrades need way more experience. He's only a third of the way there. Patience, General 1 round. Your time will come. Now, the results. Day 10 rating. Let me say that again. S rank. On the hardest day so far. Against the most nightmarish enemy composition I've faced. With dozens of soldiers dying. How? Because I killed so many enemies. The sorcerers kept resurrecting demons, and my army kept re-killing them. Total kill count probably exceeded 10,000. The system doesn't care that many of those were the same demon dying repeatedly. Each kill counts. Quantity over quality. Thank you, idiot sorcerers, for turning yourselves into my personal experience and rating booster. Rewards. Basic. 3,000 origin crystals, 6,000 energy crystals bonus. S-rank 200%, 6,000 origin crystals, 12,000 energy crystals, 9,000 total origin crystals. Almost as much as the entire first 9 days combined. From one fight. Plus, 1 elite grade hero summoning soul, not common, elite. 1 155mm howitzer. Tower. What? 1 cemetery, undead barracks. 1 permanent residence blueprint. Let me process these one at a time, because each one deserves its own paragraph of screaming. Elite hero soul. My previous heroes were common grade historical footnotes. An elite hero could be someone who actually matters in their source material. Someone with real skills, real combat ability, and real strategic talent. I'm saving this for a dramatic moment. Or maybe I'm just scared it'll be another Guan Yu victim. Elite hero. The guy who held Guan Yu's coat while he killed Kong Xiao. The 155mm howitzer tower.